Oh, you just changed the scenes in the middle of the what's. Okay, yeah. Somebody
So
needs to go.
All right, everybody, welcome back to week 3 of Merc Academy. We are watching the Stano Swell Manta Rays versus Rat Tactics today for their third game in the series. Um, should be a good game. Stano Swell holding a solid, 2-0 for their weekly placements, and Rat Tactics, not trailing too far behind, looking to be about 1-1. We apologize for the delay on the production. Should just be a little bit more couple more moments. But no, Ghost, go ahead and give us your thoughts on this matchup.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I get that, again, as he already said, welcome. We got a good series on our hands tonight. It's going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get to talk about how I feel about the teams, just want to introduce these guys for you first, because tonight, game one, Rat Tactics and Stano Swell, two of the top teams in this league currently. For blue side, Stano Swell, we're gonna have in top Sloppy McFloppy, Jungle Eye Gank, Mid Sultan, 80 carry, Say Sorry, and support Shirey. For Rat Tactics, coming on the red side for game one, top Coin Flip, Jungle Pazanski, Mid Zelmac, 80 carry Mistborn, and support Mashy Sauce. And to answer your question, how I feel about these teams, man, I feel like Stano Swell right now is looking pretty strong in this league currently, and probably if not one of the best, already the best team currently and must watch for his playing in Merc Esports. But for Rat Tactics, pretty interesting, I gotta say. If I was to describe how I feel about them, it's like the duality of if you took LPL versus LCK teams and you knocked it down just a bit, of course, because we ain't pros out here, but Rat Tactics game seems to be more bloody. A lot more kills on the board. Even though they have like less objectives, whereas Stano Swell, they're more an objective based team. They take a lot more towers. They're on the map a lot more for those dragons, for those void worms, rift, so on and so on. But I'm really interested because it's gonna be a duality of playstyles. It's gonna be very fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Stano Swell and Soten known for playing the Yone, a potential pick that we might see either, early in the series or later in the series. It kind of just depends. Very, very aggressive laners from the side of Stano. They like to, take a lead and then run with it. Um, and I mean, I think the matchup for today, the real there's a couple things I'm looking at when we're going into this game, right? And the main one, my number one, is going to be the bot lane. I think Say Sorry is a very mechanically strong AD carry, especially within this league. And Mistborn is a little bit, on the not I wouldn't say weak, but from what I've seen so far, he's weaker than Say Sorry. But I'm totally open to him coming in, proving himself, taking Say Sorry's spot as I have Say Sorry as my current number one ADC for the entire league at the moment. But I think it's very possible that Mistborn, shows his mettle, takes that spot away.
All right, I just want to say my bad to Shire. I said his name wrong. It happens. We always have errors, especially it's gonna be a long night because we already got the delay and we just been having a lot of conversation in the background while we was waiting for everything to come up. But I just want to point out this fun fact because I know you might be looking at the bot lane, but for me, I'm looking at that jungle matchup. iGank currently sports the highest KDA currently for this league at a 22. And keep in mind, I said that fun fact. Right tactics tend to get games gets a lot more bloodier than majority in this league. So okay, I'm actually seriously curious if iGank is gonna be able to keep that up and actually be able to get his teammates ahead on the map to try to actually and try to out macro Rat Tactics instead of fighting them on our own playing field, which that can go either way. And that's more to the Rat Tactic playstyle, man. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Gank, Gank and Pazinski are both, very aggressive junglies. They like to take their leads as well. It should be very interesting. I agree with you 100%. I think outside of bot lane, specifically, I was going to say jungle was my next favorite matchup. because Gank and Pazinski, they have very solidified and distinguishing play styles, and it looks like we're about to be going into the draft here. Stano Swell getting their first pick here in just a second. Should see the bands come up in a moment, but as I was saying, yeah, no, jungle, it's going to be an amazing matchup. Overall, lots of good matchup. Coin flip sloppy is going to be a great top solo lane matchup. So10 and Zelmak, both very aggressive mid laners that like to get their leads and walk with them. Both of these teams are extremely aggressive. It looks like the Echo band's going to come out in the B1 slot. Interesting.
It's a good band. It is. We're gonna see if these teams gonna be utilizing and what looks like the OP picks of the past. We still have Yone, which, by the way, about half these players in the lobby can actually pilot. So Yone, I'm expecting either if it doesn't get banned, it probably get picked in B1. But we'll only see. But I don't think anyone plays Aurora, so we kind of like safe from that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean Stano just I think it's like 80% of their games have a Yone in it somewhere, or something like that. It's crazy that any team would want to leave that up. But maybe Rat Tactics has an answer to it. Looks like Wukong's gonna go away on that B2.
Yep, and make sure you put it out there. Tam Kench and Udyr is gonna be banned off by Rat Tactics. Make sure that jungler, make sure iGank can get what he wants.
Yeah, Udyr being very, very snowbally pick. Very dangerous for the side of Rat Tactics to have to deal with.
All right, as we come around for the third band to round it out for Stano Swell, the last 4 seconds to see what it is. And there is going to be the Zaya, so I'm expecting to probably pick up the Yone if it's not banned.
Zaya being a little bit of a safer AD carry from Mistborn, also something that they have quite a bit of games on as well for Rat Tactics. Potentially removing that safety net of the Featherstorm for their bot lane to attempt to play through. It looks like Yone is going to be ended up banned out. Honestly, probably a good call from Rat Tactics.
Definitely will be, especially with Stano Swell having that blue side be able to priority pick it. So let's see what they actually pick up here. Is they what they choose? I probably think it'll be between their AD carry and their jungler.
Yeah, potentially securing the Kaisa in that B1 slot at the side of Stano. They are a large fan of it. It looks like they're going to opt into the Gwen as a potential flex between their top and jungle.
Alrighty, B1 Gwen. That's an interesting one.
It's one of those games, I guess.
And it's immediately gonna be replied back with a Mordekaiser. So if they do choose to send that Gwen top, it's gonna get bullied quite a bit till she gets her first item.
Kind of an interesting pick in this because it almost feels like they want to lock themselves into some sort of split comp, like drafting the Mordekaiser early, but they could opt to push that into the jungle as well and just kind of have more as a looming threat over the map.
It's true. As Mordekaiser jungle is kind of becoming I ain't gonna say becoming a thing like for a lot of ranks, but I have seen some people in Lore and seen some in Lore they're starting to pilot this more. As I've seen it in tournament play about a couple of times already. So kind of curious, but we're gonna have the Ashe pick coming out in R2, and so a pretty safe pick for the bot and for a bot. Good utility. Even if she falls behind, don't really have to worry about it because the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is still a strong ability to be able to lock someone down.
Yes, very, very powerful ability. I mean, comparatively to the side of Stano, it really looks like they're leaning into the pick aspect, showing the Death Realm for potential isolation of targets. Enchanted Crystal Arrow being good for reach on the ultimate there. But yeah, I mean, like just really good pick potential. Looks like that Stano's going to respond with the Jinx and the Braum here. Just a very powerful lane force. Braum able to lock down the targets with the shield bash, and Jinx just having the range to be able to deal with Ashe there. like Anivia is gonna come out showing. I'm not sure how I feel about showing mid lane here.
I'm not sure either because that's both of their solo lanes already out or pretty early.
Maybe they wanted to secure the Anivia just to have a safe mid lane. Would be my best guess, but Smolder is going to be banned for the side of Rat Tactics. I think they're playing into just picking the Anivia early, R4ing the support here, because the support probably doesn't matter as much as the mid lane pick. Their mid pool might be a little squished at the moment. So probably R4 support, and they really just wanted that Anivia pick secured so that he didn't have to worry about it in the second ban phase. But yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit of a reach there. It definitely does give counter pick opportunity for Stano, but I see the inspiration.
So I feel like here that they're gonna just they're honestly gonna pick support in R4 and probably just and save CP for jungle, which is gonna be I haven't seen that happen in a while. But you know,
Keep
you
in
never know,
mind that
especially with
Mordekaiser.
that, especially with iGang, like you're saying, like the X Factor matchup being that jungle, or for me at least, I can see it. But it's gonna be quite interesting. You putting your mid and your top in a kind of awkward spot, especially when that Gwen could be flexed.
That Mordekaiser still. I mean, it's not. It's more likely than not going to be top lane, but it's not 100% confirmed. It could still very well be jungle. It could hold the flex till that 5, force Stano to pick a different jungler and potentially have a good Mordekaiser matchup.
So
But
three,
yeah, I mean that's a lot of AP.
yes sir, two additions off the board for off the board for that jungle. Kane and Viego being banned, along with the Morgana and Smolder. So now we're getting back into the picks for that all four slot for Rat Tactics. Let's see what they actually opt to go with. I'll be seriously surprised they don't opt to go with a support here. And there he is, Thresh coming out for Rat Tactics to go down with in that bot lane with Ashe.
Yeah, I mean very standard pick. Like we had predicted earlier in the draft, they're leaning very heavily into this pick style of comp where they isolate targets, get them out before objectives, move to take space, and potentially be the initiators in this fight to uh, eliminate key targets before stuff starts. Looks like that Gwen is going to be forced on the top lane off of that Sejuani pick in the B4 slot for Stano. Sejuani, very easy champion to pilot. Does a lot, has a lot of utility, is bulky, kind of what they need at the moment. Pushing that Gwen towards the top side is going to be more beneficial than probably keeping Gwen in the jungle for them.
Definitely so. As we get to the last 3 seconds for the team and for the pick to round out the team, and it's gonna be LeBlanc, an assassin. Yes, yes, sir. Finally, I've been looking for something like this. We're about to get spicy in the mid lane, especially with LeBlanc can get on the map and help those side lanes, especially for the scaling that is that top and that bot. Something that also enables that 2v2 on the river for Scuttles. So that really helps, especially to have somebody and have an early game assassin in that mid lane to be parallel with that Sejuani. Oh,
Poppy going
how
to be
we got
locked in draft
Poppy.
5. Yeah, I mean, you see these teams, you look at Stano's comp, you say, hey, why'd you guys leave up Poppy if you're going to, draft 4 dashes? And, they take the low-hanging fruit there. Good zone control with Poppy is going to open up more plays with the Anivia poke, denying the dashes from Swell. Overall, just a very potent jungler as well. Having a lot of gap closing and decent clear speed. Probably not as good as Sejuani's clear speed, but is going to have more than enough utility to make up for it and gank pressure. Keeper's Verdict being really good at isolating targets as well. They're leaning even further into this isolation aspect of their comp. Getting those big ultimates down. The death sentences from Thresh, glacial storms from Anivia, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, as you said. You don't really need to have a lot of gold to make that valuable. And I mean, they did end up pushing that Mordekaiser into the top side against this Gwen. Could be a little bit dangerous for them.
But here's my big issue with Rat Tactics composition, right? Even though they look for this pick style, you have this Escala you want in Nivea. You do have a lane bully in Mordekaiser, but outside of the mid and top, you don't really have a lot of damage, and that damage in mid doesn't come online until like two to 2.5 items later. So it gives Stano Swell a lot of time to be able to get early objectives, which something they are strong. Their strength is literally playing more objective based. Yes, they do have aggressive players, but I feel like if I was to think about the teams, like especially we were talking about earlier, I feel like the positions, like their strength, is on the opposite side. It's like if I was Rad Tax, I would probably want Stano Swell's their draft, especially LeBlanc being able to get on the map early and like being able to get the roam around, be able to get those kills or and force other laners out of and to back to the fountain to have to go back to get them off the map essentially. And I just want to see. This is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a good watch.
Yeah, I mean, do we think that the Mordekaiser pick on the R1 might have been a little bit of jumping the gun? They saw the Gwen, they took the lane for Mordekaiser because it's a good matchup, right? They assumed it was going top. Obviously, it paid off. Um, but like locking in AP top laner that early kind of, warps your draft a little.
Well, I don't even say it's just the locking in the AP top. It's just more so like you not only locked in Mordekaiser, but you also R3 to Nivea, and you already picked Ash. It's like if one of those two, if Mordekaiser or Nivea falls behind, it's gonna feel like Rat Tat is gonna have barely little to any damage because you got Thresh and Poppy falling behind that. And like
Yeah.
unless Ash gets ridiculously fed, which granted that can happen, but for the most part, your main damage sources are two magic source and two magic based, and you're staring down a Sejuani and a Braum. Now that even for a Nivea, it comes a little pain in the butt because Gwen could just press one button and just invalidate almost your entire kit. So unless she's on
Definitely.
top of you,
Yeah, I mean, that's looks like a little bit of a collapse in draft from the side of at tactics. But we also have to keep in mind that their comp doesn't exactly like to play fair, right? It's not like they're going to be seeking these team fights as much as Dana wants to, right? All they have to do, find one target, split off from the rest of the team, isolate them, pick them off, and then now the fight's not fair.
and that's the thing. Rat Tactics, they want to win this game. They have to be the first ones there. Like they're like if they are anywhere near behind in terms of these timers for these objectives, it's not gonna go well because it's gonna end up possibly being a straight up 5v5. And that's where Stano Swell's composition they excel at right now. And where they excel at is they want that 5v5. So yeah, so hopefully Rat Tactic, if you're a Rat Tactic fan, you gotta hope that they can get to those objectives first and actually get off the ground running in this early game. Either that or just make sure they don't fall behind, especially with the mid. Because Mordekaiser, yeah, lane bully for Gwen, but Gwen does outscale Mordekaiser. Keep that in mind
Yeah,
too.
I mean, this mid matchup is certainly not favorable for Nivea. Lots of room for mechanical errors, especially with the mobility of LeBlanc. All it takes is, missing that Q on Anivia because she dashes at you, and now your entire HP bar's gone.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting early game. I'm really gonna be looking towards what I'm assuming Poppy's probably gonna start blue side and then make her way up to try to get Mordekaiser ahead of this Gwen. But for Sedge, I'm curious to where she's gonna start. I'm gonna be looking really at iGang in these first 5 to 10 minutes, see where he's pathing and where he's prioritizing as far as which lanes he's trying to get ahead. So in my head, I would think it's probably bot lane,
Yeah.
but it can go either way because again, if you get Gwen ahead of Mordekaiser, Gwen honestly can borderline solo carry a lot of games. But also, if you get Gwen ahead, it makes the game really hard for not only Nivea and Mordekaiser, but for the rest of the team that play, because at that point, who's really going to kill her without being shredded down like crazy because of 1,000 cuts?
Yeah, at that point, it's like, either you get taken out by 1,000 cuts, or you get taken out by needlework, and it's like, your HP just doesn't matter to her.
And then to make it worse, needlework is just quite literally proccing 1,000 cuts.
Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, I think we might see Sejuani opt into a 3 camp and a bot. I think it's very possible that that happens, but obviously we will have to see. Going into spectator delay at the moment, we will enter intermission, and we will see you guys back as soon as our delay is up.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're now to game 1 of Stano, Swell, Manta versus Rat Tactics. As both teams looking for early shenanigans, as we got an invade coming in from Stano Swell, but they're not gonna catch anybody. So
Stano just gonna opt into the vision there. Honestly, not a bad play. Early game tempo in this game is going to be absolutely brutal for Rat Tactics to deal with. So if they lose any presence, you know, potentially concede any kills or camps early, it will look really unfortunate for them going into the rest of the game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Speaking of unfortunate, if Rat Tactics allow, they can't really make mistakes in this game because they make one or two. Stano Swell can just run away with this and just force fights and keep forcing fights from there and just win this game like crazy.
Yeah, it's going to end up being very, very rough. It looks like both junglers are going to opt to start on the top side of the map. Poppy potentially working her way up. Sejuani looking to work her way down, it appears.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're gonna see. Look at. We just got a little standards, a little bit of poke, but not much. But I can tell you something. Every game I've casted, even last season, that something crazy normally always happened sub 4 minutes. So I'm curious. They're gonna keep the trend going for me, or are we gonna end it here?
Gotta hold up tradition, you know. IBSG's classic. A little bit of clowning level 3 in the river.
As Mordecai's gonna get level 2 first, he's looking for an engage, and so we got a little bit on mid lanes. Nivea is already pretty low, but nothing from there.
LeBlanc really showing that, you know, if she is able to dodge that cube from the Anivia, it's gonna end up being very painful for, you know, Zalmak.
Yeah, and Sultan especially. Oh, as I was just about to say, it's gonna be fairly easy for him with distortion. He literally gets hit with Nivea Q.
Yeah, Clone just getting forced out there. That's gonna be, you know, not the end of the world, but still a little bit tough for Sultan. Looks like Gwen's looking to engage in this top lane. Gonna end up dropping the field. Going to ignite the Mordekaiser, force out a little bit of damage. Potentially looking for the pick here. Mordekaiser flash is gonna get burned. Gwen only gonna be using the ignite there, and it looks like Mordekaiser is gonna end up taking, you know, the brunt of that trade.
Yes, sir. He's gonna take the brunt of that trade, and now Mordecai is gonna be forced to play back. We're gonna see if he's gonna look to recall. He's going to TP back, but he's gonna opt to not to pop a potion and just stay up there and keep farming.
Gonna take that on the chin like a champ. You know, accept his defeat like a man.
Yes, sir. Defeat like a man. But with the bot lane of Stano Swell being pushed in, now he's gonna get hit by that hook, but it shouldn't be none. Just pull up the shield and just laugh his way into the bank. But now it's Sejuani. She's gonna be looking at that bot side. She's gonna get there before the Poppy is. Poppy is still on that blue buff.
Hawkshot's going to connect onto the Sejuani, getting vision for the side of Rat Tactics there. Now knowing that Sejuani has matched the clear of the Poppy, both junglers being on the bot side here, potentially, you know, Sloppy going to look for the engage onto this top side, knowing well that Poppy is in the bottom of the map. Looks like Kaczynski and iGank going to end up breaking out a little bit of fight here. Poppy going to stun it on Sejuani the wall. Sejuani going to respond with a stun of her own, potentially trading out here. We have Soten roaming here, but doesn't look for any follow-up there. It looks like they're both going to get out, you know, relatively scot-free, aside from iGank against losing the flash there.
And we say scot-free, but iGank with no flash is gonna be very big, especially for these ganks. Looking at this top side and this mid, so with the Sejuani having it back, Poppy's now gonna go grab that Soto on that top side river.
That sentence going to connect onto the Jinx there, but Braum having the shield available doesn't really take much damage for it. Looks like Mord ended up getting his recall in as well, being up a tiny bit of gold at the moment in terms of active items.
Yep, as the Mordecai TP is a little bit behind the Gwens on the timer, so it's gonna be interesting to see for as we get later. We get more closer to the and to not the first drag, but if they end up taking it within the next minute to minute and a half, around the second one, we finally get unleashed. Yeah, they're gonna be or how the way the top lane is both gonna be moving. As now they're both fighting for vision. Gwen just making sure she still keeps her control ward. But that Poppy is on the top side, gonna be recalling now. But Sejuani also making her way to that Raptor camp. With that last camp, and spawn time is going to be a little bit off, I'm kind of curious if she's going to go for that mid lane gank or not.
Potentially could see her move mid. Also might see her move down into that river to, you know, establish a little bit more vision control for her team going into this dragon. Both teams wanting to take the early pressure in the game to attempt to snowball and run away with it. You know, no flash available, so potential gank might be more difficult than it would seem, but it looks like she's going to posture along that middle river brush, going to attempt to move forward. Can't really close the distance as effectively as she'd like, though.
She's just gonna show face and make Anivia just take a couple of steps back. You know, nothing crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about potential, outbreaks of aggression in the first 4 minutes, but it looks like no one's gonna end up conceding goal. LeBlanc's gonna lose her dash there, but gonna end up losing her clone as well. Nivea, I think, is more than happy not losing egg in that trade.
Yeah, but Nivea is not low on meta. She's still gonna opt to stay and try and keep pushing this wave. But LeBlanc, she does have teleport. She can't come back. But I don't think Stano Swell can look at this dragon. Sejuani is not coming from base.
Honestly, I would have preferred to see Stano move to that top side there with how much pressure one has. Rob looking for the engage on the Ashe. Connects the Q. Ends up almost confirming the stun, but not quite. Yeah, I mean, very, very close to getting that pick down onto the Ashe there, but it wasn't quite enough.
That was now Infernal Drake claimed by Rat Tactics. Sejuani started on a Void Grove, try to trade for her, but a little bit late there. So Poppy's gonna be making her way to that top side. As Pazinski could be looking to walk on that river and see if Sejuani spot the lady on the board out on the river to try to see if they're doing it. Nivea's gonna back her up too. So Sejuani already now have two, but iGang could be trapped between a rock and a hard place. As now he's gonna Arctic Assault his way out of there, but he's gonna be able to make it out. And Nivea opted to stay and try to keep LeBlanc out of the fight.
Looks like he will be, fine in that situation. A good macro play from Pazinski and Zelmak there, moving together as a unit to, potentially force the Stano jungler off of those grubs, which it looks like that they ended up doing. Securing one off of them, potentially denying that 2 grub later. This is so tense, basing really deep in that topside enemy jungle. Doesn't quite get caught out by Zelmak there, but...
Alright, well, Rat Tactics with a good amount of vision on the top side, especially for the Mordekaiser shoving him, but I'm actually... Nope, Sejuani is going to be pathing her way back down to the bot side, as neither jungler has really been able to make an impact on any of these lanes yet. And I was expecting more, especially from iGang, but we're still early in the game. It's only 8 minutes and 33 seconds. We want to see what happens.
I mean, I think if we're Stano here, we're more than happy to just farm out. Like, we scale really well. That's like Jinx getting free gold, opting into the triple longsword boots. LeBlanc catching up in the wave clear department with a tiny bit of PP in her pocket. Obviously not going to be able to completely match the raw push potential of Anivia, but still has the damage to, one-shot their casters and get away pushing relatively quickly.
And irony of you saying it, actually, the LeBlanc is about 16 CS, make it 17 over to Anivia, actually. But the thing is, too, to keep in mind that with even though that Stano Swell will be happy to scale up, that LeBlanc is gonna fall off. We just keep this game equal. And I would assume if I was Stano Swell, we pick the LeBlanc to try to help get our side lanes ahead. We're now looking for a fight on that bottom side, as iGang is looking to get something taken care of, and Poppy's gonna find a slam onto Shire. Shire's forced to ult. As we look at, we got blinking health bars. Super Mega Death Rock comes out. It's gonna hit targets, but not the mark. As Poppy's gonna be able to walk away. Ash still poking. As now we got the bird and the lady going at it with the clone going out. Soden almost dead. Soden will be able to make it out. Anivia does have flash, but she's an egg, so it's not. So LeBlanc's gonna make it out free.
Oh, what a messy fight, honestly. Like, lots of ults being thrown everywhere, just lots of, slight missteps from both sides. No kills being secured in that trade. Thank you so much, Moby, for the 5 gifted subs to the channel. We really, really appreciate that.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, a breakout fight in that bot lane, 4v4, only losing the egg in that situation is certainly an acceptable outcome for Rat Tactics.
And now, of course, the Nivea passive being down, the egg being gone. I'm curious to see if iGang, holy crap, as coin flip, as I was speaking, is almost dead. Pazinski trying to make sure to come to be able to keep him alive. Gummy look for the kill, but the Poppy's going to get the slam. First blood to the Poppy. Gwen going back to the gray screen.
I mean, yeah, 11 minutes to the game, that's first blood. Not looking like an IBSG game right now, you know, with
oh boy, is he going to hit?
Super Mega Death Rocket going to the top side. Doesn't connect.
Go wide.
Doesn't quite make it Stargate, but no. Would have been funny. Braum burning the flash in the bot lane to potentially dodge that death sentence. Doesn't want to opt out to it. LeBlanc going to engage on the Nivea under tower. Going to take a little bit of poke.
And there's the Poppy too. LeBlanc forced the flash. And now iGang is there to be able to help. He goes for Arc Assault. Miss. He's going to look to get that passive down the bird. But the bird is the word and the stun is the game. And she's going to have to force me walk away. And she's going to die. And she's going to make it out by half HP.
I mean, these are just like close back-to-back scrapes, just forcing out resources. You know, neither side really having that many resources left to their name going into the next couple fights. So, any fights probably going to result in a little bit of blood for either side.
And now we have Rat Tactics. They're actually starting it on the Grubs. Says running off to try to trade. She's already about half HP, but her bot lane is not there yet. As Stano Swell is actually slow to get to the objective. And Ash and Thresh going to be looking to try to pick her off, but they're going to see that the rest of Stano Swell is finally actually getting to the pit. So they're probably, I would think they will opt to back off.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, you know, they might move for this pick onto the Jinx, potentially looking for the Enchanted Pistol Arrow, but doesn't opt to use it quite yet. We talked about Rat Tactics securing that for other Grub earlier in the game, taking it away from Stano, and it looks like that play ended up paying off for them greatly, securing these last 3 Grubs and, you know, denying any Grub value from the side of Stano on that play after they, you know, conceded Drake for them.
Alright, well, we got an invade coming from the Poppy, taking away that blue buff, not looking to take away the Grum, but Sejuani might actually spot her out. And also, but the thing is for the Poppy that both her mid lane and her top. Oh, there we have a solo kill coming from mid. The solo boa of Sultan gets the bird and not making fried chicken, but Poppy's gonna be spotted out, gets the stun, Gwen's on top of her, and she does have the needlework. Mordekaiser has to run forward and try to get the ultimate down. Now it's him and Gwen in the Death Realm. But it doesn't matter, he comes out to 3v1 and he should be going down double kill over to Sejuani, which who they don't want to actually put the gold on. But hey, gold lead, hey, if it keeps you in the race to try to have a gold lead, it gets you there. Because they were definitely starting to fall out of it for a second.
Yeah, I'd say it probably doesn't hurt to have a little bit of extra gold on the jungler. It all depends with how iGank utilizes it, right? If he can move that gold around the map and potentially, you know, invest a little bit into this bot lane, get Jinx scaled a little bit farther, because at the moment she's falling behind in CS. You know, any amount of help towards the jungler, I'd say is pretty profitable regardless of who your jungler is. You know, just the mobility is what really matters.
But definitely for iGank though, it does bring him back, because especially with Poppy having almost a 20 CS lead over her, and because all those camps that she's stolen from iGank, it definitely helps. He's gonna bring him back to about even with Pazinski.
Yeah, Stano currently up about, you know, I want to say 1.4k gold. You know, a sizable lead, but not enough to, you know, make Rat Tactics panic at the moment, I'd say, because they still have quite a few ways back into this game.
Yeah, it's really, and for its majority to go, it's pretty much the same. Only thing that's really different is that top lane for Mordekaiser to be behind. Like we potentially got another solo kill in this mid lane, as LeBlanc is looking to take out the bird again and try to make some KFC in the mid lane, but Chaos is going to stop for a little bit. As LeBlanc goes forward, one more hit. And Olivia is going to be forced to utilize that flash.
That's, you know, you don't want to be a mid laner against the LeBlanc without flash, especially in this one.
But we'll say,
not getting forced out yet, quite yet. And if you're going to be forced to take a recall, your Poppy looking to potentially, you know, zone out in this mid lane. Any sort of pressure to get this Olivia safe is going to be what she's looking for. But Gonna end up just looking like idle trading in that middle lane.
And definitely important to point out that Nibia does have her pass up, so there's no need to try to overextend and like overdo the fight to try to take her out. You can risk your own life and get taken out yourself. But Nibia should be able to recall TP back. There is a blue buff up for her, and for her too, she'd be able to take. So it's gonna be all too bad for the bird.
Yeah, I mean, even if they don't get the Anivia passive out, I think Stano is more than happy to, force the bird to lose her flash.
Flash would force her to have to utilize that TP to come back to lane. As Mordecai is forced to flash, it said the eye gank was looking for another one, a little thing to his name. As he's making his name come to fruition. As we now got a little fight. Chomper is called to Ash, but they're too far to actually do anything about it. Just a little trade. As Stano Swell, they're gonna come out on top on it.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the flash, and Mordecai's there almost right after forced to use his.
Yeah, but now it's interesting. Look, it's Poppy's on their bottom side. Currently should be sitting in Fog of War, so Stano Swell should know where she's at the moment, and she can opt to just go top or bot. She's kind of just thinking about where he's gonna go. But it's looking like it might be that bot lane.
I think he might be trying to blast going over the pit at the moment, but it looks like he's actually going to opt into that bot gank. Bot's going to come out from Thresh. Death Sentence onto Jinx. Pulls back, stun. TP looking out from both sides. Going to end up being So10, and it's going to be coin flip as well, TPing into this fight. It looks like Red Tag is going to, play their namesake, look for the pick, get the one kill, and, use that kill to extend their pressure a little bit further.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do think that if Poppy didn't ult the LeBlanc, that they possibly have another kill onto her. But it is what it is. As Rat Tats they're gonna come out of that situation on top. With both TPs coming from the top lane, and now they're gonna be looking possibly at that dragon.
I mean, is it worth it? We look at, Gwen on this top half of the map, completely uncontested. No TPs to respond, and no one inside. It looks like they're going to end up getting that first power gold for the side of Stano. Radhax is going to respond with the mid tower of their own. Central fight breaking out in this pit. There's one looking for the steal. Death Realm going to come out from the Mordekaiser to secure the dragon. One still stuck in pit, not going to feel good. Mordekaiser just looking to get out of dodge there. It looks like that's going to be dragon going over Rat Tactics.
And to answer your question, most definitely not worth it. But as far as that fight, at least they get something out of it. They get a kill in the Drake. But the Gwen getting that first turn, now getting more damage onto that top tier 2 turn too. Like who's gonna respond to her? Like, cause she's eventually gonna get big, especially now. She's about almost 1,500 gold ahead of the Mordekaiser. By the way, with no kills, like neither one of them have no kills. But the CS lead being a little over 40 CS over the Mordekaiser. Sloppy McFloppy gotta be feeling good about the place in the game he has right now.
I think the name of the game for them is gonna be just extending this pressure from the Gwen to other lanes. It looks like a potential trade is gonna bring out the bot lane. Nibia not having enough mana to extend it quite yet. LeBlanc looking for some sort of potential dive. Gonna take the double Q onto Nibia, force her to take her base here.
Yeah, but as Nibia is backing, we got Rift Arrows gonna be coming up momentarily, as the bot lane of Rat Tax has already been moved to that mid, and they're doing a good amount of clearing, forcing the mid wave up to the mid T2. They're gonna back off for a little bit. Their team, as that tempo line, their team is not really exactly up forward enough to be able to actually try to go and get vision.
Looks like iGank looking for a potential move into the enemy jungle to force Kaczynski into a position that he does not want to be in. Kaczynski going to try to escape, but it looks like he's actually going to opt to stay in. Keeping Verdict going to come out, forcing them back and securing the red buff. Mordekaiser looks to be a little bit caught. Gwen taking an aggressive trade. Gwen also going to be popping the needlework and forcing herself back after the fight. Ryan's going to break out Glacial Fissure from Braum. Gwen looking on the top, potentially looking for the kill. Sejuani is going to get Enchanted Crystal Arrow to deter across the map. It's going to be Death Sentence and the Death Realm onto the Sejuani, picking iGank off right before that attacker.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow finds his mark onto the onto the Sejuani while she's right at the edge of turn range. Holy crap! Perfect placement of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Mistborn.
I mean, we talked about, Boo was a favorite going into the spot lane. Mistborn saying, I don't need to carry, I can just throw an arrow from across the map and, you know, ruin your game like that.
Well, and across the mount arrow it was, and sure, one hell of an arrow at that.
Oh yeah. Potentially getting caught here in this lane. You know, Mistborn, after an amazing play, is going to be forced to burn the flash and the cleanse. Zelmak there to potentially get her out. It looks like she's going to end up being safe, but losing both of those summoners right before, you know, a very important Baron fight or Dragon fight could be detrimental for the side of Red Titans.
Yeah, but I don't think Red Titans is going to go for Baron just yet. Not at this point in the game. It's pretty 50-50 at the moment, especially when the gold is pretty close. Even though, yes, Rat Tactics, they did just get those couple kills. I'm sorry, not couple kills. Stano did just get those couple kills. The gold is... Stano only has a little over a 1k gold lead. So, keep that in mind. If they want to look for Baron, they're going to take out at least about 2 to 3 people to actually look at that safely and be able to get that objective.
Stano going to be moving 3 people down to this bot lane, potentially looking for a pick onto Coin Flip here. Coin Flip's going to utilize that outcode. That's going to be the Glacial Rush from the Sejuani and the stun. Looking for potential snare onto him as well. All 3 going to engage on the Mordekaiser. No Death Realm available quite yet. Mordekaiser's going to end up falling down. And it looks like Rat Tactics is going to opt into this Baron after them showing 3 bot for the side of Stano. When it attempting to contest this at all, doesn't really have a way in. Needlework's going to come out. Super Mega Death Rocket also going to connect. Going to force him off of the objective. Gwen going to dash in. Going to get Keepers Verdicted out by Pazinski. And I mean, if we are Rat Tactics, we are not happy with that Keeper's Verdict. I'm not going to lie.
Hey man, it's Brother Pazinski.
Going to connect. Going to result in a stun. Get the reset onto the game. That's 1. That's 2. Do they extend it anymore? Nope, they're going to turn back and look at this Baron and say, hey, we won it now. You guys just forced a fight that you did not want. And now we're going to take our prize. I'm going to hop over the wall, look for the egg pop onto the Nivea. Nivea's going to go down. And I mean, not enough time to quite resurrect herself here. And she's going to fall as well.
Oh, Stano starting to take control and actually run away with this game, man. Wow, Brother Pazinski, bro, man, come on, bro.
Oh, Pazinski playing for the ops for real.
He's being an off to Rat Tactics.
Oh my god.
Wow, that's 2 times he saved somebody with the Keeper's Verdict.
That is not going to feel good later in the night when your coach is going over that saying, what is this Keeper's Verdict? What was the point of this?
I can only imagine the yelling. And the
Poor
flame.
That is certainly not going to feel good for Rat Tactics. The gold swinging 4k difference between Stano and Rat Tactics. They lose Baron. They don't have any cooldowns available for this dragon fight. Lots and lots of gold onto Jinx and Sejuani and all of these people that you don't want to see gold on.
But speaking of Jinx, she's just not making her way to her teammates. And she was literally on that bottom side by herself. Potentially almost could have been looking at it to get picked off by that Poppy. Trying to find her isolated. Alright, as the Gwen and LeBlanc, they're fighting off the Poppy and the Mordekai's keeping them away from the river. The thing is, like, we're coming back to what I was talking about earlier. Whereas Stano Swell, if they get on the river first, there's not really nothing Rat Tactics can do for these objectives. And it's going to have to be forced back. And especially now that goal lead is just slowly but surely building up for Stano Swell. This game is not looking hot at all for him.
Rat Tactics is definitely looking to be on the back foot at the moment. They're not quite able to play for their win conditions. The potential picks on the side lanes, the split pressure from Mordekaiser and Nivea on those side waves as well. Yeah, they're looking to be in quite an unfortunate situation, especially considering how effortless they made the early game look. They just couldn't convert the same type of game plan into the late game, it appears. And Stano Swell is going to be looking to move into these later game team fights, playing for their Jinx, getting those resets, and forcing, Rat Tactics to make difficult decisions.
right, here we are at the point, 25 minutes into the game. Goal lead, still about around like 3Ks to Stano Swell. They're looking to extend it with this Baron. And as Thresh gets the Death Sentence onto the Braum, Braum trying to make his way out, but he's going to go down. Bye-bye to the Braum. As now they're looking to try to potentially run down the rest of the members of Stano Swell. 2 flashes forced out of Jinx and Sedge 1 is iGank and Say Sorry running for their lives, going for the hill. And as LeBlanc is actually converging onto the mid lane, possibly help her squad out, but it doesn't matter, the fight's already done.
Yeah, I mean, amazing look from Zelmak there. Just connects the stun effortlessly into the, death sentence from Thresh, into the enchanted crystal arrow. And those are the type of picks that you need to look for if you're at tactics, right? That's how this comp is played. You find one target, you isolate them, you kill them.
That is definitely true. That is definitely true. Well, it's gonna bring Shire's first death into the game. Unfortunate for him if he's trying to be a KDA warrior looking for an MVP. But big thumbs up for Rat Tactics for you trying to get back into this game and trying to reduce the effect of this Baron. They look to pick off the LeBlanc, but she's gonna distortion their way just over the wall.
Blanc being, relatively safe. That Needlework gonna come out from Gwen on the spot side. Poppy also looking down here. Gotta get the stun with the Gwen, push her out. Only one cast of Needlework left. That drum's gonna come out from Mordekaiser to potentially catch her out. Mordekaiser not aware of who's on top of him at the moment. Gonna be forced to, take that death. Gwen, playing her part beautifully, baiting for the rest of her team to get there. And then it's gonna end up turning into a kill for the side of Stano.
And I will just say, you gotta keep this in mind too. Even though Mordekaiser, he did Death Round on the last proc of the R for the Gwen. Keep in mind this too, that Gwen does already have her Riftmaker along with the Nashor too, so she's gonna be able to just Omni-Vamp her way through that fight. Just same as Mordekaiser get a shield, but Gwen's gonna be able to constantly proc that 1,000 cuts with her Q, especially with it stacked up the way that she was doing it. So Sloppy McFloppy was going to be able to make his way out of there pretty well, and alongside the gang-like activity it was waiting on Mordekaiser as soon as he got out the Death from. It's kind of wonder, was it really for him or really for her?
No, actually, and I mean, we were just talking about potential enchanted crystal arrow gonna connect on the Gwen. Max range gonna be a stun. Flash comes out from the Anivia to follow it up with an extra stun. Death Sentence is going to go at where she was, but I mean, that's gonna be a pick, and we're feeling really good for Rat Tactics right now. That is an amazing pick for them to secure.
Yes, we are. As we put
distortion available.
Yep, and you feel really good as we put the doll back on the shelf for momentarily. As LeBlanc is going to be engaged on, but she's going to be able to make it out because again, distortion is an ability.
Yep, an ability of all time, of course. Yeah, I mean, great, amazing arrows from Mistborn in this game. Reaching for the stars and connecting. Definitely feels really, really good if you're an Ashe player in that situation.
As Anivia is playing the bongos, making her way out of there back to the base to go by. With this Baron, it really wasn't that much done with the Baron at all. They got some damage down on the towers, but for the most part, Stano Swell, they actually found themselves in a situation they were getting picked off. Braum got picked off. I mean, the Gwen almost a LeBlanc. I mean, they did manage to get Mordekaiser. That's about it. But now with Dragon coming up on the board, as both teams looking to converge on their river to try to get there first. And we got a little battle between the Poppy and the LeBlanc, and she's keeping her from dash now, forces the clone out, but she's gonna just be able to walk. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is gonna hit the clone.
Yeah. It's honestly not the end of the world for Rat Tactics to use that Enchanted Crystal Arrow there. It's a short enough cooldown where I don't think they really care. They can send their Ashe to farm that middle wave. And overall, I think reducing that LeBlanc's HP. LeBlanc on the flank with the TP, the 20 in the middle of everything. Going to fight here. That's going to be the Super Mega Death Rocket from Jinx on the backline, getting trained towards Ashe. A huge fight breaking out in the middle of everything. People draining. People going to fall to the Needlework. Needlework going to find 1,000 cuts, going to find 2 more. Thresh going to be way too low to, continue on with this fight. LeBlanc probably going to look to distortion over this wall and finish what she started. That's exactly what she's going to do. And that's the magic. And that's the magic thing here. Is Dragon's gonna be free for the side of Stano Swell. Even though they was able to get that HP down on LeBlanc, you gotta remember she has teleport and Stano Swell had wards, and especially most importantly deep wards. So she was gonna be able to come back into play. But that Gwen in that fight so massive, man. Everybody was just lined up like dominoes. She came in with 1,000 cuts passive, and the Needlework just knocking them all down, man. Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued on the what's it called? The Cosmic Drive. I know it's a strong item for Gwen, but in a situation where you're playing into, the comp that you're playing into at the moment, all these fights are breaking out in melee range anyways. Do you really realistically need it, or would you rather opt into the Rabadon Death Capture to get a little bit more damage and finish these fights a little bit cleaner?
And you said, sorry, can you repeat the part of what you just said?
The Gwen opting into the Cosmic Drive here is a very standard item for Gwen, but in the situations that she's being stuck in at the moment, she's either under constant duress from the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, or Anivia slow, or Ash slow. Do you really get value out of the bonus movement speed from this, or are you already in melee fights and you just kind of need to do as much damage as you can?
I mean, I feel like you do get value, especially because when she took a night TP and she doesn't have Ghost in this game. So the extra movement speed, because especially dealing with champions like Anivia already with her ultimate, making that feel and making it slow already for that air and for that zone control. But then also keep it in mind that Mordekaiser and Ashe, because Mordekaiser with the Rylai, Ashe, well,
yep,
just the champion in general. All the slows, basically, it really helps to have that movement speed to be able to actually stay on top of them. But she already has tenacity in the Merc Treads too, so it enables Sloppy to actually stay on top of the target rather than getting away.
I'm just trying to, picture a scenario where he isn't just like 5 movement speed and stuck in position, basically.
I mean, we did have some where he was literally having to run at the team themselves, like this Baron fight where he got Keeper's Verdict out. He was quite literally stuck trying to have to run at the team. That was prior to actually having the Cosmic Drive.
Looks like Stano gonna opt to start this Baron early, using the percent HP damage of the Gwen effectively. Shred this. Braum attempting to zone, doesn't quite have the Glacial Prison, comes out from the Sedge 20. Hopping gonna charge up that Keeper's Verdict, not gonna have a target to, send out of there. Just showing in a threat. That mid wave from Stano. Gotta take that tier 2 from them. Braum gonna opt to Glacial Fissure into the Mega Death Rocket Connect Sedge 20 in the middle of everything. Poppy's gonna try to stop them, but I mean, Gwen has everyone lined up for that needlework. Gonna connect with 5. And they find the reset onto the Jinx. Jinx just 1 reset. Gonna look under the Anivia for the second one, potentially gonna get forced out by the stun from the Anivia. I mean, that was so close to being perfect play from Stano. Just would not confirm their kills. They didn't opt into the Collector on the Jinx, so they're just not gonna die.
Well, my honest issue is with Stano, they could easily win this fight, but the problem is the target selection. Mordekaiser's right there, but we Jinx, we ran past the Mordekaiser, tried to go straight to the Anivia, where Mordekaiser's already low. They just targeted him and then went from Mordekaiser to the rest of the team. That should have been an easy fight for Stano. And now with that loss, they give over quite a bit of gold back over to Rat Tactics, and they're gonna look to try to take that and take control of that Baron pit, and also the vision on that river in general.
You do have to keep in mind that Mord on the third cast of Needlework ended up death roaming the Gwen, so he wasn't actually present in that fight. He was just kind of adjacent to it. But yeah, I agree. I think Jinx just kind of buys her time, sits back, looks for the extra autos, and potentially gets kills. Like that's their win condition right now.
Yeah, but we're playing like a competitive gaming, right? And they all have voice comms. They can easily tell, hey, I'm not gonna be able to kill Mordecai here. Just wait, and help me finish them all coming out of Delphron. But that doesn't happen. We got another fight as the Glacial Prison comes out of Anivia. Anivia's gonna be forced to flash. She's literally caught in the egg. They're looking to do more Super Mega Death Fight coming out. That's gonna be a death onto the bird. We got more Popeye's chicken coming out. LeBlanc looking for more, but she doesn't find anybody. But Poppy's gonna find her, slam into the wall with a chance to curse the arrow. Looking like it's gonna be a trade for the mid lane. Is almost making death. And Stretch makes sure she finds her with the hook.
I mean, yeah, that is certainly a play. One Glacial ultimate into the next. It's just gonna end up being, people freezing and dying. Feeling like the Arctic Tundra out here.
We're gonna call game 1 the Tale of Prairie Orc, pretty much.
Yeah, for real. I mean, neither team really taking any benefit from that. Both sides losing their mid laners. I'm not really sure why Stano didn't, keep going, but it looks like they're going to end up keeping going here. Ash going to be caught out. That's going to be a kill for Jinx, and they're going to turn that into Dragon, probably.
Mistborn, brother, why are you away from your team right there? Your team is on the river. You can't be doing that against a squad that has champions like the Braum and the Sejuani. So now this is another free dragon and make it soul over to Stano Swell because of the pick. Because the thing is, even though they traded mid laner for mid laner, it wasn't so bad as Anivia is going to be coming up a little, right under 10 seconds for LeBlanc. And now granted, they would have been making their bout around the same time. But because Ash going down, it just pretty much invalidated and forced Rat Tactics to have to completely back off on the objective.
Yeah, you can't go losing, Ash there. She's most of your damage. You just can't afford to lose her in that situation. Mistborn overextending in that mid lane and getting picked probably isn't the best scenario that you can think of for Red Tactics there, but it is what it is. They're going to have to try to claw their way back from a soul deficit at the moment. Looks like Stano's going to opt to, secure vision control here, push out their waves, look for a potential Baron start here in just a second. Hawkshot's going to reveal all their plans to the side of Rat Tactics, but with that information, what can Rat Tactics even do?
And now is Stano Swell, they start this Baron. I'm just pointing out, like, this Oak keep his virtue, he's probably double got a teleport coming into the pit. Now only iGang sitting there, but he's gonna get ulted out, so it should be possibly a leash over to Rat Tactics. Here comes the teleport from the Gwen with the needlework. They're gonna be looking to fight this pit, but they're gonna find the Gwen. Seems like she's gonna die, but she's Zion's her way through. Can the team save her life? It looks like it almost did, but they're gonna be this fight can go either way. Low health bars, as now they're finding more members of Stano Swell. 3 dead, 2 also for the side of Rat Tactics. And this is a major scrappy fight. And now LeBlanc being the only one alive trying to run, but they aim for the clone. Mordecai's a flash phone. Sultan is gonna be able to make it out of here alive, but man, Baron over to the 2 live members of Rat Tactics.
Yeah, I mean, that Keeper's Riddick finally doing something productive. Securing, the distance from removing Say Sorry from the fight, removing Shire from the fight, and, they move Coinfoot into the pit, force Death Rum onto iGank, and secure the Baron with the smite of the Dead Team. Honestly, well executed there.
And the irony of it all, I was actually about to praise Stano because they especially for Gwen. Gwen is 2K, was 2K gold over the Mordekaiser, and it's gonna be the one to watch for in these fights. Especially now that they had Cloud Soul, so the movement speed from the Gwen is gonna be really gonna be helpful for catching those members of Rat Tactics. But good God, man, the fight there. Forcing Sejuani to be the lone survivor there in that pit for a while. Mordecai is coming in with the Delph Rum to take her out of the fight. Man. But now this game, like, we're at a point in this game where almost goalies don't matter. Right? We're getting to that point. Like, only thing and like for Gwen it kind of does because the item advantage, but for everyone
Gwen
else,
Gwen didn't even have Zonia's completed. That was her arm guard.
Yes, sir, it was.
So that's not going to be an option for her going into this next fight, especially considering the state that the game's in. One kill could result in the game going to either side. That Shattered Arm Guard being, kind of a detriment until she gets the completed version, the Zonia's Hourglass.
I will say though, she has about 1,600 gold in the bank already as it is. So she actually should be mostly completed for building that Zion's Hourglass. She just really needs to back. So by the time an Elder Drake comes up, she should have Zonya's already fully completed.
Speaking of Zonia's, the Shattered Arm Guard from Anivia is going to get forced out in the middle lane there. Rat Tactics utilizing their Baron to the biggest effect on this bot side, going to force those cannons to, kind of harass that 2 or 3 turret for the side of Stano. I mean, we had such a clean early game from both teams. Fight's gonna break out. Glacial Prism not gonna connect with anybody. Sejuani's gonna look for anything. Glacial Fisher onto the Thresh. Doesn't quite connect with the Ash. Needlework on the Ash. Gonna force down a little bit of damage. Super Mega Death Rock is not gonna find his target, but I mean, it's gonna find the Thresh, and that's gonna be a double kill for the side of Stano.
And now 2 dead for Rat Tactics, man. This is like the tale of the tape. It's like watching PSG talent play at Worlds all over again. They're able to swing the game back, but then they do something ridiculous and for as macro wise, and they get picked off and punished for it. Now Stano Swell Sorry, Manta Rays. They're looking to push up the mid. I apologize. I casted a lot for Stano, Swell, Kraken in this league for last season, so I'm so used to them. I digress. As we're looking for a little bit of a fight, getting a lot of damage on that bird, but they're trying to crack open his base and actually take back control of this game.
I'm just half expecting, Stano to make a mistake here, but I kind of doubt they will. The game mostly appears to be sealed. Jinx getting these resets. Potential fight gonna break out here in just a moment. It looks like Stano's gonna opt to, evacuate their base and just be content taking that inhib and equalizing that inhib pressure.
But there's an important objective coming up on the boards. We got an Elder Dragon coming up pretty soon now, in about a minute.
Smolder's uncle. We're gonna go kill him.
Oh yeah. Luckily he's not in the game or he'll be pissed.
Yeah, I mean, hey, let's be real. If Smolder was in this game, we'd be dealing with Small out there with like extra sacks too. So it'd probably be more.
If Smolder was in this game, it'll probably be over with already.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, but Rat Tactics is gonna be able to get on that river first, try to get and take out that Scolder, try to get a little bit of vision down. Jinx looking to push up and send that mid lane, forcing towards Rat Tactics base. As now they're moving around as 5, but we're looking at a potential pick as the bot lane of Rat Tactics are still in the mid, but the other three members are in that blue side jungle. As now LeBlanc, she's fishing for people. She gets a absurd amount of damage down on the bird.
That's not gonna feel good if you're Anivia. You have the egg available, but still, you don't want to be that low HP. LeBlanc gonna find her target on the Ashe. Ashe gonna get caught in glacial prison and forced out of the cleanse. Glacial Fissure also gonna connect. Jinx just free hitting in the backline there. Mordekaiser's gonna force the death realm onto her. Jinx gonna get the pick, gonna get the reset outside the realm. Gonna kill the Mordekaiser off that reset. That's gonna end up being 3 for the side of Stano. And do they even need the Elder? No, but will they secure it anyways? Probably.
And it looks like they're debating on it because Sejuani and Braum are going back and forth about it. But Jinx now making her way down after help clearing the way. As the Gwen and LeBlanc, they're moving up. And Poppy's still in that jungle looking for an entry point to be able to get in there. To be able to possibly steal that Elder away. But I'm going to be really honest. Even if she steals it, it doesn't matter. The game probably is still over as the needlework comes out and takes out the Ashe. She's going to be gone now. Poppy finds LeBlanc in the jungle. LeBlanc trying to keep her from the pit, and now Elder is gone. Poppy, bye-bye. Girl with the big hammer is going to be sent back to the fountain. Goodbye. And this is going to be in for game 1 as Stano, Swell, I want to say Kraken so bad. Manta Rays, they're going to take game 1.
Yeah, I mean, really, really clean early game. First 11, 12 minutes or so was looking really good. I was like, wow, I'm really impressed with how these teams are playing, and then they just started throwing things at each other. And I don't really know what happened.
And speaking of chaos, man, look at these damage numbers, brother. Jinx, 40,000 damage in this 43-minute banger we had. Rat Tactics, their team wasn't, and none of them made it past 26K. And keep in mind, that's not just Jinx at 40K. LeBlanc with 38.7 thousand damage, man. Gwen, 38.9 thousand damage, brother. And the gold that Gwen and his Jinx had in this game was ridiculous. Like, it felt like at a certain point, it was all just Stano, Swell, Manta Ray's game to lose. And yeah, granted, they almost threw it like 3 different times, but I digress.
Yeah, this is kind of why I'm like, you really have to do something about Say Sorry before he gets online. Because if he gets online, he's going to push out those numbers. He's not mechanically inept ADC. He's honestly probably the best one in the league at the moment. But Stano's showing that the team fight comps are going to end up playing a little bit easier than those pick comps. Obviously, Rat Tactics, showing that they are able to extend those picks and get the pressure that they need, but they didn't keep playing that way. They kind of just let it devolve into chaos, into team fights, and kind of just let things break out on Stano's terms. I'm kind of curious how they're going to respond going into the second game. I'm going to assume they're going to take first pick on the blue side, but we will see.
And also, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure Baczynski is probably going to be thinking of, hopefully he lets it go and comes in refreshed into the next game, just ready to play and ready to just focus on that game. But man, Baczynski though, I know he's probably be thinking about it because he was Rat Tactics Brzezinski a lot of times, and then there was other times he was Brother Brzezinski with
Yeah,
those keeper verdicts.
those early keepers verdicts, proving to be quite beneficial for Stano. I mean, later on in the game, right, they had that Baron fight with the keeper's verdict onto the Jinx and the Braum, isolating them from the pit, and then Mordekaiser's Death Realms onto Sejuani, and they secure it with a smite and turn that fight. And then they end up utilizing the Baron for a little bit. So that looked really good. But we need to make sure that we see more of that Pazinski and not more of Stano Pazinski, the one that's playing for Stano, not for Rat Tactic.
Definitely so. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be looking to turn to intermission. So go ahead and take it, and we're gonna be as we take our break. Go ahead, use the bathroom, get your drinks, get your snacks, get your beer for whoever's above age, and kiss your wife, husband, whoever it is. Good night, because this series, when we come back, we're gonna be going into the draft for Game 2 of this banger that we got tonight. A Stano Swell Manta versus Rat Tactics. See you in a bit.
Send help. They're all dead.
And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on this Thursday night, October 17th, we coming back with game 2 after a 40-minute banger. As we're now about to head into draft, not yet started yet, but just give it a second. Tees had to get their little break in, just like you did, to use the bathroom, you know what I'm saying? But after game 1, man, whoo, and Stano almost thrown that game like I don't know how many times.
Like 3, 4, maybe. I mean, Pazinski, gifting them with a couple amazing keepers verdicts for them, but
Man, I feel like we were playing Secret Santa out here with Pazinski a little bit, not trying to flame. I love you, bro, but we gotta be unbiased around here, man. But hey, man, how do you feel about the game 1 loss? How you feel, bro?
that early game was I want to say it was immaculate. It was a little bit messy, but overall, like, you don't typically see that type of play from IPSG, where they take that first 11, 12 minutes and actually play the scaling game, play towards their win conditions and don't concede a bunch of gold early. So you don't really see these long games from, this level of play. But it was really refreshing to see them play it out. I want to see them, adapt towards getting to that late game and then actually playing their late game like macro correctly. And you have potential to see like very, very good games from them.
And speaking of potential, we're getting into bans. Now we're looking at what potentially is going to be thrown out as the Echo for Zelmax is going to be already out the window. By the way, forgot to mention, guys, we have a side swap as Rat Tactics opted to go blue side for game 2 with Stano Swell now going to be red. As they already got 2 bans flying out with the Tam Kench Udyr just the same as last game.
They are rapid banning. Jeez. Zaya, Yone, and Gwen off the table for everyone in the lobby at the moment. Zaya being a safe pick, Yone being a staple for Stano, and Gwen being an absolute menace in the last game.
And because Stano opted to ban the Gwen instead of Wukong, immediately Rat Tactics are going to come out B1 with that Wukong. Make sure the Monkey King of Wuju style is going to be hitting the riff for us and see what he can do. How aggressive can Pazinski be on this pick?
Certainly going to see some spinning action with the Cyclones. Should be interesting.
Poppy. And Stano Swell, they're going to opt to take the Poppy this go round. Now, whether it goes jungle or support, I'm kind of curious. But we're gonna have the Caitlyn too, especially now Caitlyn building lethality. You can't let her really get ahead, or she's gonna start two-shotting people.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy Caitlyn here. Caitlyn just coming off the back of kind of a rough patch for her in 1420. Lost her IE price, lost a little bit of her damage on her kit. I'm not really sure what they're going to potentially look to do with this Caitlyn, but Rat Tactic's going to take the Ashe again, seeing a little bit of value from the pick in game 1 with Mistborn hitting those cross-map arrows. So they're just going to let him run it back.
Yeah, definitely with the enchanted crystal arrows, especially not even just cross-map, but even just catching people off for a side lane, especially getting like the big kill on Gwen in that top side later on in that game 1. So definitely has its value. It's just a matter of a big problem with and for Mistborn, which you just get picked off. But we're gonna also opt to run back to Anivia. I'm not so sure about that, buddy, because y'all didn't ban LeBlanc, and they can definitely just pick it again, especially with no Poppy being on the board now. LeBlanc can have free reign to do what she wants.
Yeah, I mean, Rat Tactic's just gonna opt into playing Freljord again, I guess. The only thing that could make this better is if we see like a B4 Braum or something. I think that'd be pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, LeBlanc's still being up. They're going to opt into a Kali, actually. That is a rather ballsy pick, but could pay off very well for them if they can get her into the backline, get her access to the Ashe and the Anivia.
Ooh, the Feast of Fire pick coming out for Stano Swell. They're feeling confident and feeling themselves. Well, unless some funny things happen, some shenanigans. But all jokes aside, though, if we got second round of bans coming through, Stano Swell is gonna opt to ban that Morgana. Most bans for the most part, aside from one, looking pretty like the same from game one. I'm gonna see if Rat Tax is gonna be one to ban something different as the Mordekaiser this time instead of Smolder or Kane's gonna come out. So definitely maybe one other ban going towards the jungle possibly or top. But as the Akali is also flexible and for both of the lanes, I'm not sure what they're gonna opt to do here.
Yeah, I mean, the Akali could go anywhere, and more likely than not, it's going to go to mid. Or I'm going to come out as a ban.
And there's that Braum ban to make sure the man with the pepperoni nipples cannot touch the Rift again for this game.
Oh man, they ruined my Freljord joke.
Oh yes, they did, and so is Rat Tat is gonna ruin it too. It says one is gonna be off the board too.
No, neither of these teams are very much fans of the slows, are they?
I guess not. But speaking of slow, there's the Nautilus. Forget a slow. Why not slow? Why slow? We could just outright root and knock them up.
Very true. Nautilus, proving to be very synergistic with the Caitlyn. Stuns, roots, everything to let Caitlyn set up her traps.
Yeah, welcome to the CC Candy Store. At Candy Store, you just choose how you want to be locked down, and they'll give it to you. But also with that Nautilus pick, we know for a fact now that Poppy is gonna be in the jungle for iGank.
Unless they want to push the top, they could just opt to push the top.
That is true. That is still an option. But if they do that and say, who would they actually pick jungle? They actually make this comp make sense. I mean, Viego is still on the board, so if they for instance, they were to put Poppy top, or
they would be very AD heavy though. They need a strong AP pick. Akali, does good burst damage, but it's not going to be enough to get through the Wukong or the Gnar.
And speaking of Gnar, great blind pick, especially when you got a pick that can be flexed around. It's gonna be a good blind pick in Gnar, be able to actually just chill up the top side, whether he gets a good matchup or okay matchup, or just an outright horrible one. But he always can keep himself into the game with that distance and mini Gnar, being able to just basically playing as an AD carry, just playing from distance. And also with the Renata Glass too, coming with the Ashe, especially with Stano Swell coming in with the Camille. Yeah, hostile takeover is gonna be a very big ability in this game.
Oh yeah, lots of auto attackers. They got the Akali, they got the Camille, they got the Nautilus, they got the Caitlyn. And Poppy's less of a option, but I could burn out the Buckler. That is a very real option.
Yes, it definitely is.
I'm more looking at Stano's comp, and how are they getting through the Gnar and the Wukong? Because Akali is not going to do enough magic damage to break down those walls.
Okay, so granted, yes, Akali won't be able to do enough damage possibly to the Wukong, but hear me out. Camille's Q is still a thing.
True damage, right? You can't block it. You cannot block the true damage, but I think that largely requires Camille to, have the perfect engage. They have a lot of options to deal with Camille once she's in. They have the Cyclone, they have the throw from Gnar, they have the hostile takeover from Renata, the grab, the potentially into bailout from Renata as well to negate that engage entirely and just resurrect whoever she goes on. They got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, they got the Glacial Storm, they have a lot of stuff to deal with the all-in from Stano Swell.
Yeah, but the issue that Rat Tat is going to run into is that they have to protect their Anivia. They cannot let her fall behind. Because if you fall behind, you have no magic damage at all. And you're just praying to God that Poppy can't, and you able to kill everybody for Poppy, and Poppy gets her tank items, and along with Camille also getting to the point where she'll start building slightly defensive. And so it's going to be making her pain in the butt, especially if Akali's able to get ahead in that mid lane over there, Anivia, being able to get in that back line, just outright eviscerating Ashe and Renata. It's gonna be pretty tough.
I mean, both teams really lacking on the magic damage front. And Nivea probably going to be a little bit more successful in, solo magic damage. But Thornmail, going to be a standard item for, Gnar and Wukong. Like we said, lots of auto attackers from both sides. Should be interesting nonetheless, though.
And I will say this too, even though I'm pointing out a problem, even though I just point out like an issue that Rat Tactics can run into, you also have with Stano Swell too. The only AP is the Akali. The same can be said for both sides. So if Akali falls behind, it's gonna be even worse for Stano Swell, especially that a lot of their team is diving. It'll be a pain in the butt, especially if you can't finish off your targets. Especially with like a Nivea is gonna be going to items like the Rod of Ages and Sarah's Embrace. And he also got bailout from Renata Glass to be able to save one person's life. Like it's imperative that they're able to get this Akali and the Camille ahead in this game.
Oh yeah, Renata. I think Renata was an amazing pick for them actually.
Definitely is.
The big potential for Caitlyn and Akali. Bailout being an extremely potent tool. Part of the reason why the rest of her kit feels so underwhelming is because of the potency of bailout.
I wouldn't say underwhelming because good ultimate. Oh my, handshake to be able to disengage somebody, great.
And handshake is good, but you gotta keep in mind there are a lot of better. You're not taking Renata for handshake. You're taking her for bailout, or you're taking her for hostile takeover.
Oh no, I definitely agree. It just in this particular draft, Renata has so much value. I think just about her whole kit has a lot of value here. To be able to like keep someone alive and just keep that back line in the fight in general. So this game is gonna be. And honestly, I like Rat Tactics draft a lot better.
Oh yeah,
because if you're Stano Swell, you have to run this picture perfect, basically. So
inverse of last game, Rat Tactics having the comp that is far more difficult to execute in game 1 ends up taking a safer approach with the team fighting comp in game 2, and Stano, taking over that all-in hyper aggression. With the Akali, with the Camille, with the Poppy, they really need to get themselves in the middle of everything and just let Caitlyn, kind of shoot them from the back, reach and get her kills.
Yes, sir. And now we're into that spectator delay. We're gonna be waiting for about a good 2.5 minutes. But during that time, like I said, make sure you're good. Make sure your folks are good, yourself are good. Restroom break, all this stuff. Cause we might have a 40-minute banger again, and you never know what might happen. So, with that being said, we'll see you guys. We're going to go over to an intermission. And when we come back, we're going to be hitting the riff for Game 2 for Rat Tactics versus Stano Swell Manta Rays.
This is the end of Cyclone's report. Please continue the series.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for game 2. As your two captains, we take you on this journey with us through the story of Stano, Swell, Manta versus Rat Tactics, the matchup to look forward to in this week 3 of Murky
30
Sports.
seconds until minions spawn.
Such a fight gonna break out of this topside jungle. Just a little bit of dancing from both sides, it looks like.
Yeah, but because of this little dance, they are gonna know what side of the Mount Poppy is starting off on.
The double flash over the wall!
What? Okay.
Ignite comes out from the Nautilus. They're gonna look for the kill on the Ashe. Looks like they're gonna find it. Akali's in position. Barrier is broken out. Flash freeze. Also, Caitlyn does hers though.
Minions have spawned.
Don't think like
Sing
chaos.
brother!
Blood.
He gets the first blood, but what the hell is that flash? What's going on here?
Hey, we were talking about confidence earlier. Rat Tactics confidently flashing and confidently failing their flash also. But you know, that confidence coming out, forcing so much out of the pockets of you know, actually it's the other way around. Stano is the one with the Stano's on red side this game. That's right, my bad. Stano, you know, very confident there. Rat Tactics, you know, having to put the back foot.
Hey,
Obviously,
somebody clip that with say sorry.
I'd say sorry. I mean, what was this flash? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
All right, man. I feel like coaches just need to put a belt to ass for some of these flashes and for that flash, bro.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna look good on the highlight reel.
Oh my, it's not gonna look good. We should just have a whole day of just bloopers. But we're gonna have the engage coming out for the knowledge. We'll get onto the Renata a little bit as Caitlyn's gonna get those first strike procs, and now Renata's gonna be half HP and forced to utilize some of her potions.
I definitely do not want to have to stare down the barrel of a fed Caitlyn here. You know, gonna be up that extra longsword and also, you know, having access to those biscuits.
But I want to say, because of those shenanigans, though, Caitlyn missed some XP, but Nala's able to get level 2 first. But Caitlyn being the last one out of the 4 down in bot lane to make it to level 2. So they couldn't try to go for more shenanigans down bot. As Camille's only getting shoved in that top side by the Gnar. You know, makes sense, you know. The little Yoro is kind of annoying in the top side, so I love him so much. We got a little bit of engagement on Akali, but she's walking straight into some ice and getting hit in the face. Now it'd be half HP.
Yeah, Akali not gonna have nearly as much of a favorable matchup into the Anivia as the LeBlanc did. But
Which I'm still wondering why they didn't take LeBlanc.
I mean, it was up, right? Like,
It was up.
It was up. They didn't take it again, but I mean, maybe they wanted to play the Akali. Maybe they wanted to have a little bit, you know, of the more team-oriented assassin. LeBlanc being relatively selfish, Akali being ever slightly so less selfish. But first strike on this Caitlyn also means that she's going to be reaping even more benefits from this extra long strike.
Oh my goodness, man.
What a mess. For real.
Yeah, what a start. But because of that start, now we got Stano Swell. They already have a 800 gold lead over the boys and girls over at Rat Tactics. So this game is, we already starting crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna. We see Stano, you know, having the initiative in this game, but it's not, the fate not quite sealed yet. The Dreadlock's gonna connect on the ad. Follow-up stun's also gonna connect. That handshake's gonna go out. Gonna result in Caitlyn taking about half of her HP from creeps alone, and the rest of it coming out from Ashe. Yeah, that's not gonna feel good.
All right, well, normally for me, you guys know I like to talk back to the people. I like to talk to the people in the chat, and I didn't do this game 1. But 2 things before I get to the hype part. Let's go to this. Jack, put belt to ass to Sultan, man. He shouldn't have picked the Akali. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is competitive esports, baby. But the second thing, ladies and gentlemen, we got 30 people here watching this game, so I'm expecting a lot of answers, a lot of feedback. So, if you think for this game, Rat Tactics gonna win this game 2 and take us to a game 3, put a 1 in the chat. And for Stano Swell, if you think they're gonna take it, put a 2 in the chat. As now Poppy forced to blow flash as the Monkey King of Wuzu style was looking for. Now we got a fight up in that top red side. of that jungle, and they're looking for more. As Wukong is about to go down, force the flag. He's almost dead, but look at they possibly find Nar. And we also got another fight going in the mid lane by the bush with Akali and Anivia. It's just chaos everywhere, but no deaths at the moment. As Anivia almost ends up in her passive. Camille looks for more blood. She's gonna find the Monkey King again. Wukong is trying to run for his life, but Knowledge is he has flash. He couldn't make it there, but Wukong also finds the blast cone. So no deaths, but a lot of blinking health bars.
Impossible! How did they let him get away? What? That's crazy.
If he
That's
doesn't
just-
pop off as a Kali, I'll get the bell.
You know, why is Shire still mid? His ADC's suffocating in the bot lane right now, and we're still mid. I'm pretty sure Akali. I never could have killed Akali, dude.
Well, I could answer the question for you why he's still mid, because Akali is trying to back, so he's helping her push the wave. Not only that, but he does also have procs on the World Atlas, so it's beneficial for both. Granted, sharing XP, but Akali gets the back, and not only gets the back, but she doesn't lose anything for it. Like she had a little over 10 goal lead too. Now it's 10 exactly, but you get the point.
I'm more looking at this bot lane. Like, so our Caitlyn Cesari is going to be, up gold at the moment. You'd consider that you'd probably want to play around her a little bit more. But instead, she's just going to get the wave frozen on her. And it's not going to feel good. You're going to end up losing a lot of XP, a lot of gold, and you're going to end up being, getting your lead neutralized, all just to get a push in for your mid laner.
Man. Well, first drag is on the board. It's gonna be a Hextech Drake. As both Wukong and Akali are gonna meet each other on the river. Wukong gonna snipe that shoulder, but the flash coming out with the dredge line catching the Wukong. He already used his W, try to use his home, and there is Akali ultimate coming through. Now they're looking like they're gonna try to find the bird and make some more Popeye's chicken, but she's just gonna walk out.
That perfect execution, finding its target.
And finding the target AD. As that's another kill with the Stano Swell.
I mean, we talked about, them having to pilot their comp perfectly. It looks like, Soten doing an amazing job at securing those kills and, not conceding a ton of gold over to the Anivia early. I think we still feel bad for Cesari, though. Like, this does not feel good. He hasn't picked up CS in like half an hour.
Yeah, but at least he's almost 20 down, but it's not too bad. Granted, he does have a kill from earlier.
Yeah, but you definitely don't want a first blood neutralized by a CS disadvantage.
That is true. That is true. But now Stano Swell looking like they're gonna be looking for that Hextech Drake as they're about to start. So there's gonna be a free Drake over to Stano Swell with the Void Groves now on the map. They don't have to worry about a trade, so good for them.
Well, Void Groves already went down. They went down a while ago.
Oh yeah, I'm saying they're not on the map. So they don't have to worry about like trading.
Trading. They're just gonna secure both objectives there and be more than happy.
Yes, sir. As Akali now 1-0-1 and almost 20 CS over the bird, man. Bro, I'm starting to wonder. What we cooking with the Anivia, like third pick every single time now. Because both times now, it's not been a good day. As the Grapevine comes in. Speaking of not good days, the Poppy's about to make it worse for the AD carry of Rat Tactics. As here comes the ultimate, and not gonna be able to snipe down. The Keeper's Verdict came out way too late to be able to actually get the kill onto the Ashe, but it's whatever. As now they force both summoners from the Ashe and one summoner from Mashy on the Renata at being the exhaust. So really, in all honesty, Poppy can look to regank that bot side.
Yeah, looks like she's gonna sit down here, but gonna opt into base. Like Caitlyn, take her time to pick up a little bit more gold. Potential fight breaking out on the top side, just gonna end up turning it into a short trade for Camille. Camille gonna be more than happy, just proccing her shield bash, trading back into her, and dealing a little bit of damage to Nar before he goes mega.
Yes, sir. Stano Swell they're slowly but surely building up a goal lead. And I mean slowly, I mean it's ridiculously grandpa speed slowly, but hey, slow and steady wins the race. So I'm gonna see what Rat Tats can do to get back into this game and get back into the flow of this game.
Middle lane. Soten's gonna end up getting out. Not gonna be punished by the Wukong. Gonna look to engage with the Wukong. Dread like connect to the clone. Maybe it's there to potentially follow that up. No harm, no foul.
As now Void Grub has come back on the board in 20 seconds. And Mega Gnar has been expended for the Gnar himself. And now especially, it's going to be a dangerous situation. Now we got a 3 in that top side. Gnar's going to get there. Dredgeline comes out. Gnar flash, but doesn't matter. They're going to catch him. Hashtag Ultimatum comes out too. Make it a death for Sloppy Mitapi. Not having to expend an Ignite from neither the support or the top. It's going to be a free kill.
The Crystal Arrow not quite making it in time, but you know, it's the thought that counts. Yeah, I mean, these are just, you know, Shire is just global right now. I don't know what to say. He's just securing kills for his team, pushing other people ahead, and Cesar is just going to sit back, relax, lose CS, while the rest of the team wins him the game.
Alright, well, it seems like right now, Stano Swell just slowly but surely making and just telling Rat Tactics, I am your father, and making them bend over and take a spanking. With Rat Tactics right now, they're just kind of just taking it, not really doing much in retaliation, so they're just getting beat down into the dirt. They gotta do something, man, because right now, how the way this game looks, it's gonna get worse, and not only that, if it keeps getting worse, Stano Swell is just gonna run away with the game.
Yeah, I think Red Tactics gonna opt to try to bide their time, get their Gnar out of the lane, and try to play for these, you know, massive breakout team fights. But I mean, it doesn't matter if everyone is behind a bunch of gold. The throw's gonna connect on the wall. Stun's gonna go down to Camille. Camille looks in her tower, gonna take a turn shot. Nothing too much is gonna happen from that, but we do see Stano having every single neutral objective up to this point. It's not gonna feel good for Rat Tactics.
Yeah, I said, hey, Stano's going to play this game borderline perfect, like execution very well, and right now they're doing a damn good job of it. But Coinflip having to spend that Gnar to make sure he doesn't take an excessive amount of damage in that top side. And even still, now we're looking now. Wukong's on that bottom side. Stano Swell doesn't know where he's at. He's in that tri-bush for Renata. They could look for something with that clone, as the Cyclone is available to the jungler, along with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the hostile takeover. Everything being up, that Drake is coming up in about 45 seconds. We could be looking at some crazy action going on pretty soon.
Kali losing about half of her HP on that fight mid probably is going to not feel great. You know, attempting to go into a fight, down HP, no TP available from Camille. Gnar TP is not available either. It's going to come up in, you know, more frequent time than Camille. Potentially be up in time for this dragon as well. But, yeah, I mean, they do not want to fight to break out when Akali is 50% HP.
But the thing is, though, Nivea also has 50% HP, and she's pretty low on mana. Now, granted, she does have the passive, but both mid laners probably going to have to recall back, as not only that, but both have, and Nivea has about 1k and Akali has a little over 1.1k in her pocket, so they both gonna have to recall and probably look to recall and TP back to make sure they have items for this fight. Yep, there's the recall from Akali. Nivea opted to stay, she shoved away, she's recalling now, but Drake is now already on the board and Stano Swell is already on the river to start this Drake.
We're not gonna have to make a TP in this fight. I think Stano might just get Dragon. Yep, they're gonna be good for the second trick of the game and their fourth neutral objective. Stano in a very commanding position at the moment. Potential fight gonna break up on the spot side as well.
Very commanding indeed. As we look at the goal between the laners, Camille being over 800, just almost right at 800 gold over the Gnar. And then we look at the mid, Akali being about 1100 over to Nivea. And gold is about equal for the 80 carries and that support, about 300 difference going over to the side of the Nautilus. But man, this game is not looking too good, man. Like Rat Tactics, they have to do something to get back into this. Cause now this gold lead is expanded over to 2K. As the dread line is gonna connect on the Ash. As we look to get more, the hostile takeover comes out. It's gonna hit both. Quinn's forced to come out for Caitlyn, but because of that, now Caitlyn gets hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. She has no more mana, but knowledge and make sure you keep her safe. But here comes Wukong coming in for the Cyclone. Forces the flash out from Caitlyn, but she's still gonna call. And look, Cyclone number 2. That's a kill over to the Monkey King of Wuju style. And now both bot laners for Stano Swell go down in the dirt.
And just like that, the tables have been evened. That is good positioning from Kaczynski there, there to receive and follow up that gank. I'm not entirely sure what Shire was thinking, going for the re-engage there after the hostile takeover, but by walking back in that bush, he opened Say Sorry to get, crystal arrows, and that resulted in 2 kills.
And we gotta say that Kali, if she didn't have Shroud, oh, she would have been dead to the bird at that moment. Because all she needed was about 1 or 2 auto attack to finish her off. There was a fight that broke out in mid lane, as we was kind of like trying to compose ourselves and come back to earth after that fight in the bot lane. Now Shire is gonna find Wukong in the jungle, but he has no backup. But Poppy is coming, but she's gonna be on that Rift Herald.
Shire just wanting to be as much of a nuisance as possible onto this Wukong. I guess just, going over, taking the blast gun, throwing the dredge line, goes back to auto the clone. Potential fight gonna break out. Camille looking for the engage. TP in from behind from the Anivia, going to probably look to catch this Camille out. Nar gonna get a decent amount of damage. Wall's gonna go down, stopping the Poppy from moving, but it's going to be a kill on the Camille right before, Herald comes out. And Red Tactics, bide their time, find what they needed to get themselves back into this game, gonna end up taking this Herald for themselves, picking up an extra kill off of that play.
Keep in mind that Akali didn't have any TP, so she couldn't respond to this fight. She was all the way in bot lane. And now, especially from this fight though, Say Sorry's response will get a lot of damage onto that mid T1. So it's looking, and so right now the gold is even. So we're back at a stable state. Rat Tats gotta be happy with how the way they actually responded to get back into the damage. The chance of Chris the Arrow is gonna come out. They catch his Caitlyn, but there's not really much to be done. But Dredgeline's gonna catch the Ashe. And now we got Poppy here. Here comes the knowledge ultimate from the Caitlyn too. But keep in mind, there is no hostile takeover. There is no enchanted Chris the Arrow. So now we got to fight with no ultimate. The Colony is now here too, and she takes out the Renata Glass and finishes off Ashe too. Wow, big business in the mid lane as the pockets of Sultan has just now got bigger and fatter, baby. As he now has about almost 1,500 gold in his pocket.
Yeah, I think the money got to Rad Tactics' head there, completely neglecting the fact that Akali is not on the map, is available to roam, and she ends up making her there and makes that fight nearly impossible for the side of Rat Tactics.
And speaking of neglecting, Zelmak neglecting the fact that solo lane right there in the bot side, him matching the car can turn into Church's chicken real quick, but he's gonna be able to make himself out of it, make his way out slowly but surely because of the flow of his ultimate. Oh, he's gonna get a good amount of damage onto the Akali too.
So it's almost having that perfect execution available. Once again, spots the Renata Glass on that ward in the Tribe Rush. She's gonna end up, pulling back so that he does not get caught. But now they know that there is no help for this Ashe in the middle lane. We could see Cesari and Shire look for something on this Ashe.
I will say though, in this game, I gotta give Zelmak his props. Last game he died a couple of times, in 320 minutes. Right now he has not died yet, but we're looking for a fight. Now they're catching out the Renata. Dragonline's gonna connect, and Sultan's gonna get his 5th kill of the game as he's looking for more, but he's gonna see that Anivia is not by herself, but he goes back in. That might actually bite Sultan in the butt, but his teammates are able to come there and save him. Now Poppy looking to try to get some more damage down onto the Wukong, but it's not gonna matter. There's a chance that Chris the Arrow was flying through, but it's gonna completely miss.
Yeah, I mean that arrow coming late again. Like always.
Even though it's coming late, Stano Swell's gonna be right on time for that dragon. The Inferno Drake is being started by the Pop, and TP coming out for the Akali.
Stano gonna be, pushing themselves to soul point off of this. Gonna be looking very threatening with that Infernal Soul being potentially theirs in about 5 minutes time. That Herald gonna go down mid, doesn't quite confirm the tower kill, but it's going to, generate a false sense of security for this mid lane.
Hey man, confidence is one hell of a drug, and we seen it coming out from Soden in that mid lane. That Akali, even though we said if it works, don't fix it, he said no, I can show you something better, and now he's putting on a show for us in this game too.
Soden showing that his mastery over these high burst swing champions that really get the ball rolling and force their leads onto you are going to be his type of play style, his type of domain and ends up showing why he is the king of these assassins in this league.
Yeah, man, we're talking about kings. Let's take a look at the king's pocket. As we look at Sultan, he's been in like a total of 8.2 thousand gold. And to give you a perspective of how this looks for this game, the highest gold for Rat Tactics is the 80 carry actually 6.9k. And Nivea is not even at 6,000 yet, man. Sultan is huge in this game right now, already having 2 items completed in the Lich Bank and the Proto Belt, while Nivea is only sitting on a Rod of Ages, an M Tomb, and an almost fully stacked tier.
Fight's gonna break out of the spot side. Sultan gonna be locked into a very aggressive trade here. I doubt he takes the Shuriken back in. Not enough HP to his name, no help in sight. Does look like he's gonna look mid. That's gonna be the flash out from the Ash, and that's gonna be the hostile takeover out from the Renata there.
Speaking of no help inside, we got the bird now, and the Nivea, they're looking for a fight as it's getting very close, man. Either this could be a Church's Chicken moment, or it's gonna be a shutdown of getting the bird bigger. And speaking of the bird, whoa. All right, coaches of Stano, Swell, I need you to put belt to ass and say sorry, man. Come on, the flash earlier, now we got the random clears mid. Come on,
Say
man.
sorry,
Come
no,
on,
man.
come on, brother.
I was glazing you game 1, and now you're doing this. It's crazy.
You're making him look bad. You're making Lost look bad, bro.
That's insane. Whatever, man.
Hey, no,
I'm surprised Soden didn't go for the what's it called? Magi's.
But speaking of Sultan, particularly that mid lane matchup, what I was saying earlier, I'm being honest. If we're looking at Stano, Swell, and the comp that Rat Tactics has, it's really a ticking time bomb. Like seriously, this is really a ticking time bomb. The longer they let this game go, and the more that Rat Tactics get the scale, the harder this game gets for Stano, Swell. They have to end this game pre-30 and prior to 30 minutes. So I'm keeping it honest with you guys.
Maybe this Inferno Soul lets them leverage enough damage to do so, or potentially, this game comes down to an Elder fight. We will only be able to tell with time, but yeah, I agree. I think Stano's gonna have to close off this game as soon as possible, and it looks like Soten might look for an aggressive play on the spot side here. Perfect execution's available. Nivea no longer has any cooldowns of her own, but Soten gonna opt to play it safe.
And then keep in mind, even though as far ahead as Sultan is in gold over the Nivea, if you look at each fight between the Nivea and the Akali, man, it is so damn close every single time. Where it seems like Sultan is barely making it out with the skin of his by the skin of his teeth. Even in like some of the fights in mid, even the one in bot, like one fight was literally Sultan walked out just because Shroud kept him from being seen, and he couldn't be finished off by the Nivea, while Nivea was like half HP. So like. It's not like the more Nivea gets items, the worse it's gonna get for Sultan and the rest of the crew of Stano Swell. So they have to end this game relatively soon.
Making it about 23 minutes of the game right now. Team fight stage is going to be approaching. That being Rat Tactics' Link Edition is going to be those large team fights. Poppy's going to engage on the Anivia, and Chano Custodira is going to connect with her. She's going to be stunned. Going to be forcing her flash out. Keeper's Verdict going to go down, finding its target onto the Renata Glass. Cyclone going to go out on Poppy, find its target, and just stunning for a little bit. That's going to be the death charge on the Wukong. Wukong going to be forced out to do the second Cyclone. Before Cyclone's available, Nala's just kind of autoing away.
Now we got a TP coming in. Oh, it's going to be canceled. Nara's going to be stuck in that top lane with Camille. The fight is still going as Caitlyn's going to be called out by the Nivea Q. And Renata Glass gets the kill, but say sorry. Come on, man. You got to say sorry to your coach for this, brother. But Anivia is still pushing that bot lane now. Inferno Drake is making his way onto the map in 1 second. Make it now. It's gonna be a dragon. Should be a free dragon over to Rat Tactics to be able to extend this game out.
Yeah, Stano might become a victim of their own hubris in this game. A little bit too aggressive, ends up costing them the fight. Not really playing around the strengths of the Akali, looking for those backline assassinations. More so just leaning into fighting on even terms and Rat Tactics.
And just want to say too, keep in mind that Stano Swell, they came looking into this fight first. They were looking to try to make some more fried food out of Anivia, but keep in mind, Anivia is yet to be killed as Nar jumps into the Camille for Nar, but he's not gonna get Camille at all. As the chances Chris Arrow is gonna find Camille into the tower, but she's not actually taking the tower aggro as the rest of Rat Tactics are up there to pick off the pieces for the failed dive as Knowledge is gonna meet the gray screen. Bye bye, Shire.
Gonna be absolutely brutal for Stano to try to recover from. I mean, at this point, I think Nivea might be a little bit stronger than Akali in the 1v1, but, you know, Stano gonna try to pick up the pieces of the spot lane, collect the consolation prize from the Nivea, but after showing 3 people fly, I think Rat Tactics is just looking at this Baron and saying, this is ours, you guys can't have it.
And I'm just pointing out that after the absurd amount of attempts to finally catch this bird, they finally make some fried food out of her and put belt to ass, but so is Camille's gonna be dying too. Hashtag Ultimator comes out, but it's not gonna matter. The Cyclone is gonna beat her down to the dirt. Boink onto the head, and now you're dead. And now we got a Baron coming right up, and it should be free for the boys of Rat Tactics.
I mean, Rat Tactics just really, you know, biding their time, getting themselves to the late game, playing towards these team fights, and, you know, Stano not really, you know, attempting to break the cycle, not looking for their picks, not trying to, you know, play towards their win conditions. It's going to just get locked into Rat Tactics' game plan.
Now I just want to point out too, for Rat Tactics, man, you gotta be happy. This goal lead is going down further and further for Stano Swell. Now they're within that 2K range, about 1 point, and Stano Swell got about 1.5K goal lead now after all the action and stuff they did in the early game. It seems like it's borderline coming to a point where it's not gonna matter no more. But let's see what Rat Tactics they can do with this Baron. They try to make a power play with it.
Cheddar Cruzeiro is not going to find its mark, unfortunately, for the side of you know, Rat Tactics, but they're just going to walk down the rest of their team. Keeper's Birdie's going to get canceled by the wall, and that's going to be the hostile takeover connecting with 2, forcing Caitlyn to auto back into the Ash. But
Caitlyn has cleanse, but she opts not to use it. It's going to cost her life. That's 2 down for Stano Swell. They are throwing this game right now.
Okay, say sorry, wanting to save those sums for when he needs to use them the least. Flashing into the wall and cleansing for movement speed in mid lane.
Man, say sorry right now, man. Your name is describing what you're going to be having to do to your coach and your teammates after this game, brother. Like, come on, man. What's going on here? What's going on?
Oh, you know, I think that's just the caster's curse. I'm not going to lie. My bad, say sorry.
Well, this game has been flipped completely on its head as we thought Stano Swell was about to start running away with it, but man, Rat Tactics, they found their way back into this game. Now finally taking the goal lead for like the 2nd time in this game since the like early portions of this game. As they've been getting these picks, as they're gonna find another one to the Camille. Hook shot comes out, she's gonna possibly make it away, but Wukong's gonna make it to her. He doesn't have Cyclone available, but he's getting a lot of massive damage down this Camille. As the Hextech Ultimator comes down, and Zelmac is going to be the one to find the kill.
I wish we had the ability to go look at what just happened there. That wall from Anivia was insane.
And this wall, and Zelmac is coming through with good walls, but speaking of walls, she's trapped between 2 and a Nautilus, hitting her with a Q and an ult. As now, even though Renata goes down, they're going to trade off with the Caitlyn going in there too. But Sultan, he's going to be gone too. Bye-bye. And then Nivea dies again. And Poppy forced the flash, so she doesn't be calling the win. Next you know, they're going to be able to make it out probably. But Nara, he's going to go Mega, so he's not going to be able to walk down Poppy no more. So only 2 dead for the side of Stano Swell. And it's going to be a trade because they also got the Bird and the Renata Glass.
Poppy at the very end of that fight gonna send Wukong back on a journey to the west, forcing him back towards his base. But I mean, Rat Tactics picking the game back up and running with it, you know, eliminating those key threats with Soten, not exactly having an opportunity to assassinate the backlane as the fight just kind of falls apart before he can, you know, interact.
You want to talk about running with it? They're not going to start this Drake. It should be free as most of Stano Swell. They're just not either coming out of base or by their tier 1. Camille also being that top side, and they don't have any vision on here too. So it'd be dangerous if to walk in there.
Second second Drake point for the side of Rat Tactics. It's going to be Fish Drake down, and we could end up seeing, if this game goes on long enough, Quadra Infernals for Rat Tactics with an Infernal Soul. Kind of insane.
Remember what I said, 30-minute point. We're not at that 30-minute point and a 2K goal lead for Rat Tactics, man. This is not looking good for Stano Swell. We was stated earlier in draft that Stano Swell, they have to play this comp perfectly. And for the most part, made very little mistakes in order to win this game. And now they're just constantly making a bunch of them after having a really good and clean early game. And it's biting them in the ass right now, man.
That's looking to be a very large uphill battle for the side of Stano at the moment. But if any team is going to be capable of pulling, a game back from the pits of despair, it's going to be Stano Swell.
They're going to need a rabbit out of the hat right now because it's not looking too hot for him. As Akali's going to find a bird, and the bird's in the Zions. But guess what? That bird has backup this time. So he said, no more abuse for me. I'm not going to be free-range chicken. As the Enchanted Crystal Arrow finds the Akali, she already used the dash. She's going to use another one to fly back over the wall and make her way to safety.
Yeah, I mean, lots of ultimates going to come out onto Soten there, but Soten going to make his way out of that situation. Not allowing himself to be a burden on his team in that situation. Gets the Enchanted Crystal Arrow out from Ash's pockets, is going to make it so that she cannot interact with this fight on us. And Nivea is going to break out on the top side. Wall's going to come out, Glacial Storm's going to go down. Nivea is going to end up getting slowed, but don't know why we're not seeing the Hextech Ultimatum out from Camille here. It is available, and it would secure the kill. But instead, she's just going to burn out to the Glacial Storm.
Floppy, brother.
Questionable at best.
I don't want to seem like I'm I always try to model my casting after Monte Cristo on Papa Sneaky LCK, but I had to get to that in a second. It's now we're lucky we're catching it. Chico Birdie comes out, knocks away to Renata Glass. That's not going to be enough. And Ash is slowing down to Akali, but she might be able to find two with the ultimate. Dreadlight comes out. Wukong spins the cyclone, executes down onto the Ash. Hostile Takeover is going to find two. Wukong is going to make sure to find Sultan. And this fight is still continuing as Kenyon able to free fire in the background. Takes out the Renata Glass, but Gank is going to find the gray screen too. Is the Monkey King of Wuju styles now. Pointing him upside the head too. Is Nard now catches the 80 parent of Stano Souls Kraken. And say sorry. He's going to be saying sorry to the Grim Reaper because he got sent to him. That is 3 down on the side of Stano Swell. Meanwhile, only for 2 onto Rat Tats as they start this Baron.
Yeah, I mean, those types of fights, just you don't have Say Sorry there to provide the extra damage that you need to allow Soten to find those extra targets. With Sloppy falling right before that fight breaking out too, you were already at a disadvantage. So it's kind of impressive that they even pulled a couple kills out, but not as how do I put it? Not as surprising that they lost that fight.
And speaking of that, looking at his goal lead, man, now Rat Tactics, they're only a little less than 4,000 gold over Stano Swell after that slow, extremely slow start to the game for Rat Tactics in that early game, especially Nivea got a scale, so understandably so. But woo, it seems like all the actions that Stano Swell was taking, but because they didn't close out the game quick enough, it is biting them again in the butt, and they're keep taking these what seem to be desperation plays rather than just playing comic pose, and it is constantly just blowing the game for more and more and more.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the state of this game or the length of the series that is getting to them, but they are definitely becoming more sloppy as time goes on. Sloppy really just putting the word to his name. Hopefully they're able to close out this game, but it does not look like that is going to be the case.
He definitely is showing the part about Mick Floppy, because he is now 1-4 on this Camille. What looked good earlier is now looking pretty, I ain't gonna say terrible, not good. As now we have a fight breaking out in the ball lane. Hostile Takeover find 3, but Game's gonna find the Renata Glass with oh boy, Cyclone coming down. Can't barely get out the word side. Execute from Akali. Trying to find one, but she's not going to find nobody else. Daylight's going to come out, but it's not going to be able to take that Akali down in time because the Zion's Ash is dead. Making knowledge going to. We have more. That's an ace over to Rat Tactics. They take all the lives of Stano Swell Krakens, baby. As now they're running away with this game as they have almost a 10K goal lead, and this should be breaking open the base.
Yeah, I mean, that's Baron running down your bot lane. 20-second timers on everybody. That should be game, realistically. We're talking about Anivia, Mega Gnar, Wukong. No ADC available, but does that really matter when we're dealing with a Baron-empowered wave and 3 amazing wave clear champions?
Red team's
Man, it seems like whoever we keep saying we like to draft better, it seems that team keeps taking the game and taking over. As now we are going to game 3 for this crazy series as Riot Tactics bring game 2 back, and now we're looking towards the chaos. There is gonna be game 3 for this series, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a long night, but bear with us, man. We're gonna keep getting you through. We're gonna keep guiding you through this journey to make sure you enjoy as much as we do. And you're probably here. I might lose my voice later. Who knows? But getting to this post game lobby, man. The damage numbers again. The damage tells a story of these games, man. Like, geez, if you look, Anivia, even though being behind so long is gold-wise, it didn't matter. She just scaled. Ashe, 26,000 damage. No member of Stano Swell even had above 17k except for the Akali. All the gold was on Akali, aside from Caitlyn. She did have 13k, but it didn't matter much because she was getting annihilated in the fights. Brother, Stano Swell has got to pull it together. It's too much sloppy stuff. No pun intended for the top laner, but also for Say Sorry too. Come on, man. This game, like, I don't even know if I like Riot Tactics. I feel like they played a good game, but Stano Swell made a lot of unnecessary mistakes, and then they started playing desperation.
I mean, this is just like kind of a textbook scenario where, you know, you're not on a team fight comp. You can't look for these 5v5 engages into objectives. And instead, you have to look for alternate win conditions. They had the gold, they had everything going for them, but they just didn't play towards their alternate win conditions, and they ended up paying the price for it. I think it just ultimately comes down to that.
And I will say the problem, and now Riot Tactics, they get pat themselves in the back because now this got to be definitely a big confidence boost, as now they are the first team to hand a match loss to Stano Swell Manta Rays. Can they turn that match loss into handing them their first series loss and make sure they don't exit out this week undefeated? Whew, man. We got ourselves
Rat
a series.
Tactics. You are absolutely happy with the outcome of that game. You know, the Anivia B3, you know, providing its usual utility that it does. They got the value out of it. They baited the assassin pick, forced Stano into a rough scenario where they had to, you know, play for picks more so than team fights. And I mean, what's his name again? Zelmac just you know, really doing a great job of anchoring down and providing enough wave clear and space control and denial for the side of Rat Tactics.
Man, brother. Ooh, my heart is coming down a little bit because, man, that was an action-packed set in game 2 there. Whew. But as we get set up to go into draft for game 3, the final game of the night for this great series so far, this action-packed, guns blazing series between Stano Swell, Manta Rays, and Rat Tactics. We're gonna go over to intermission as my heart rate finally gets to calm down from all this action that's been going on. I'm pretty sure Lost probably needs some help too. But for you guys, man, I hope you guys are enjoying this series as much as I am so far, and much as Lost is too. And we'll see you back off this intermission as we head into draft. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're in the draft for Game 3 for Stano, Swell, Manta versus Rat Tactics. As we had two crazy, I'm trying not to cuss again, two crazy games already in that Game 1 and Game 2. Now with the series at 1-1, we're going to see who finally takes this a highly anticipated matchup coming to us in Week 3 of Merc Esports, as we already have 4 Rat Tactics on the red side. They already got banned out. Yone and Tam Kench again, rinse and repeat. But this time with Stano Swell, they switch up the bands. They bring back the Wukong. They still have the Echo band there. Not letting Zalmac get in it, but also not letting them have a Nivea, as it's been his comfort for these past 2 games.
Red Tactics not getting that Anivia is going to, shake up their draft, and I think that's exactly what Stano is looking for, is to break apart the draft that they've been doing with that, third pick Anivia. They're gonna try to crack them open in the champion select rather than in game.
Yeah, but now we're going, immediately with the first pick, B1 Nocturne, they're gonna pair it up with the Oriana on Zelmac? Possibly, could be. Only thing we can just sit here and see. But Gwen was also banned by Rat Tactics, so Stano Swell, they cannot put Sloppy on it again like they did in Game 1 and try to rinse and repeat that lane that they played. I will say though, because Zelmac has been pretty much on Anivia duty, you don't really know what can come out of him now. And I wonder what is the team scouted out possibly before who try to put in a matchup to go against Zelmac. But now we have the top pick coming out already for Rat Tactics, as Nar is picked up for R1.
Yeah, Gnar gonna be, a good option to potentially force the Nocturne to disengage with the throw. Nocturne, they're probably gonna opt into that global comp that people like to run with the Nocturne. Gonna be Nocturne, Galio, TF, Ashe, Jinx, all those things. But they're gonna end up locking Kai'Sa on the R2 for the side of Rat Tactics. Gotta lean a little bit further into that potential, engage, CC, followed up with damage from Kai'Sa. And we're gonna see say sorry on a little bit more of a comfort pick here with the Kai'Sa.
All right, so we're looking at who is Stella Swell. Monterey is going to be picking up for this B2. Possibly, they maybe continue on with the trend. Yep, there's the Jinx. 80. Oh, they're gonna bring the Jin this time. Okay, that means I'm expecting somebody else to be diving with that Nocturne. Definitely now, because only want to pick what works really good with Jin is, of course, having like you can have an engaged support or whatever. But for as the team is concerned, you normally want to have a bunch of people diving ahead of him, and he just opens the curtains for that curtains call. Man. But I'm expecting, again, they've been picking mid lane here, but they go with Cassante instead. They're finally saving mid for the second rotation.
Cassante is going to come out here. Very interesting. I thought historically Cassante didn't do amazingly in Sanaa because he doesn't really have interaction with them, aside from, trying to press W and run at him, but I mean, they're gonna opt for the Cassante to, get a little bit active in those fights. Gonna lock in Nautilus for the R3 for Rat Tactics, and it looks apparently I misspoke earlier. That Kai'Sa is not gonna be for Cesari. Cesari is actually on blue side this game. Is gonna take the Jin, and the Kai'Sa is gonna end up going to Mistborn, which we haven't really seen Mistborn on these hyperactive ADCs that aren't meant to support the rest of the team, and more it's just play for myself and get the kills.
All right, well, they're gonna round out this first round of picks for Rat Tactics with that Nautilus. Gonna be a pretty strong bot lane with the Kai'Sa Nautilus going into the Jin, and now we got a Vex band coming in. Okay, whereas Rat Tactics, they're coming back with that Smolder band like they did in the Game 1. Curious if they're going to ban out. Well, no, the jungle's already here, so Kane will not be on the table. But a support ban definitely could be on the horizon. Oh, never mind. They're going to opt to go for the Akali. As Stano Swell, they're going to opt to double ban mid lane as the Aurelian Soul ban comes out too. And ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, the IRS has now entered the building as Taxis himself, Swain, is now hitting the rip for Rat Tactics. I'm excited. I'm hyped up now. I love seeing this champion played.
Yeah, I mean, that's Swain gonna be playing perfectly into their team comp with, the close ranged, brawling nature of their of their draft at the moment. I'm really curious to see what they opt into for the jungle there. Silas going to be locked into the B4 for Stano there. Going to have the ability to take that Swain ultimate, pressure him out of lane, and kind of just be a general nuisance to the side of Rat Tactics.
I have a love-hate relationship with the Silas pick right now. Right? So my issue is, right, cool, you know, you got a lot of ultimates to take, and you do typically beat Swain. My issue with it is that you got to go into the face of a Kaisa. Well, I ain't gonna say it beats it, but more so it's a 50-50, but you got to go into the face of a Kaisa, brother. You got to jump into a Gnar and a Swain to also put that out there. Like, you got 3 melee champions jumping into a person that's gonna drain tank you essentially, along with Kaisa. And here comes a finish it out. It's gonna be the Viego. So somebody to finish them all too is the Swain, and the Kaisa on set up the dominoes to be knocked down. I gotta say, I like Rat Tactics draft here. I really do. Way more than Stano.
I love Rat Tactics draft. There are so many just amazing picks in this comp that it's really hard to go wrong with that type of team comp. They all want to do exactly the same thing, which is go in and just absolutely throw hands with the side of Stano. And I really think Rat Tactics is going to be very good at piloting this type of comp.
Woo! We got ourselves one hell of a game 3 to come up, man.
This is going to be a good game. This is going to be a really good game.
Bro, I'm so happy. I see, bro. I wish I had a soundboard available with the Eagle sound, man. We got America in the building, bro. Swain is here, bro. Swain is here. Let's go. All we just missing is some oil. No, I'm joking.
Is this
I'm joking.
Oh god. Is this this isn't rework Swain, right? Rework Swain is next patch, right?
If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Okay. So this is gonna be pre-rework Swain. None of the crazy shenanigans that Swain's getting next patch. So it's just gonna be normal standard Swain game. And should be like we said, dude, this comp for Rat Tactics is chef's kiss. And if they execute it properly, you're gonna see some just very standard, very proper League of Legends where you go in at the same time, you beat them up, you kill them, and you take what you want.
Yeah, very nice, very demure. No, I'm joking.
But Stano, I mean, I don't really know what's going on with their comp, to be honest. They want to do so many different things that it's kind of like they're pulling away from each other, right? Cassante wants to be on a side lane, kind of just brawling it out. Nocturne wants to be getting into the back line with the darkness. Jin kind of just wants to sit back and poke at them. Silas wants to be up in their face in a team fight, and Zyra just kind of wants to sit back with Jin. So it's like half their team wants to go in, half their team wants to sit on the side.
I mean, it makes sense for Jin, but I'm not gonna lie. I probably liked Braum would have been fun. I'm you know what? I'm not specifically not all too I don't like the Zyra pick when Nautilus has already shown. Especially how
Galio
squishy she is. Yeah, I would say how squishy she is, but I really have a problem with the Silas pick. I'm honestly do. It's already a 50-50 in mid, but you got to throw yourself into all of that, brother.
Yeah, you don't want to be in there. That's a free reset for Viego, is all.
I mean, Viego wasn't on the board yet, so but the thing is, you got to keep in mind that y'all didn't ban it, unlike the previous games. So now they have the availability, and they have a drain tank to basically bring you guys down low enough. They have Kaisa to be able to help finish off these kills. Gnar and Nautilus to be that front line, man. They want to walk forward at you, brother. And you guys are all dive. That is Swain's bread and butter. It makes him happy, and it makes him happy. I can't say what I really want to say because this goes from PG-13 to TV-14 real quick. But gosh, brother.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Rat Tactics draft looking to be, I would say flawless, to be honest. I don't see a flaw with their draft.
Man, all I know is whoever Rat Tactics coach is probably in the bathroom with a lotion bottle hat and man.
No, for real.
Oh.
He's getting the ultimate glazing at
his
first.
draft, man.
That's just that is a clean draft, and Stano gonna be on the back foot for this game. Gonna be struggling to try to match the tempo that this draft is gonna be able to command. But that does not mean that they're out of the game. Cassante is still a huge threat if he is left unchecked. Cassante gonna do his funny business, go all out, beat some face in. Nocturne can still one-shot your Kaisa if she's left alone. Jin can do the same. 4 shots still gonna do 5,600 billion damage. Silas can still just W your carry and one-shot them too. So I would not count Stano out, but Rack Tactics is definitely the favorite going to this game.
But there's also another thing too you gotta keep in mind. Jin does not do well against tanks and people like people that are beefed up bruisers essentially. Whereas you have both Nara and Nautilus in that front line. And then you're also gonna have Swain, who's gonna build a good amount of HP and is gonna build a defensive item too. So you're gonna see 9 times 10 the Abyssal Mask coming out for the Swain. So that armor added on top of the HP he's gonna have. Jin's gonna have a hard time killing somebody, but then again, you also do have the Nocturne. But who's on the Nocturne gonna ult? Like the only target that makes sense here in this game is Kaisa.
She's gonna be in the front line too, with her ult. So
Yeah, all she's gonna do is kill an instant to somebody else and say bye bye as
Bye
they're all
bye.
diving forward.
yeah, it's like I don't know. It's definitely gonna be interesting. Jin gonna definitely have to itemize around this game. I'd say that he could go Bork, but not really an option on Jin. You don't get the attack speed.
Like Stano Swell, they're in a position now. They have to like run away with the early game. Like they have to, or else it is over. As the longer this game goes. Like I feel like they're in a worse position than last game. Like I feel like the story of both games, of game 2 and game 3, are the same. It's just a hell of a lot harder in game 3 now.
Oh yeah, and I mean the clock is ticking for them. The series has been going on for almost 3 hours now, and that's definitely going to play a factor into the game. Your mental being drained slowly as you have to keep playing these 40-minute sets. But Rack Tactics going to look to steadfast and force Stano into their first game loss of the season.
And that's crazy to think about, because if you think about it, really, Rack Tactics came into this series as the underdogs. Like, if we're being honest, they straight up came into the series as the underdog. And now look at what they're on the cusp of possibly pulling off an upset. Especially against the 2-0 Stano Swell Manta Rays right now. Like, whoo, brother. But only time would tell, as game 3 we haven't even started yet. And we're about to be little less than a minute and a half to actually hitting the riff. So it tells you like how much we've been talking, how much this game 3 is gonna be like, man. I just want to see how I feel like Rack Tactics are definitely gonna be targeting that bottom lane, especially with Zyra being so squishy. Like I don't see why there's no reason why they shouldn't.
Yeah, but I mean, we are going to quickly go into an intermission real quick so that we can, let the production catch up. We will be back in very, very shortly. Very, very short.
All right, so now we're actually make sure we had a good timers. Make sure we're all on the same time frame. But welcome to game 3. As we look to close out this journey that you've been taking with me and Lost through this series of Stano Swell Manta Rays versus Rack Tactics, as this explosive series is continuing on, and we're looking for a culmination to see is Stano Swell Manta Rays gonna walk out of this in week 3 3-0, or is Rack Tactics gonna pull out the upset and not only hand them what they already have, their first match loss, but make it even worse, the first series loss, and bring themselves to 2-1. Let's find out. As both teams, nobody's going to take an aggressive posture here in this time around in this game. Teams are off for that 5-point, get vision down. Man, as this is going to be looking like it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, should be very entertaining. to say the least. But only time can tell. Both teams going to need a little bit of time to scale before these, fights break out. Nocturne and Viego going to opt to not really do very much before 6. All these champions are very ult dependent, actually, now that we look at the board.
Yes, they definitely are. But when I'm taking a look at this game and like thinking about it, if I'm Silas, who ult do I really want to take? Like Nara, decent ult to take. I mean,
Demonic Ascension, Heartbreaker, Depth Charge could be good.
But I only want to take Heartbreaker. My team's ahead though. I would think that.
Yeah. But like, yeah, Demonic Ascension is good, right? It's gonna give you the sustain that you want. Depth Charge is good to catch somebody. Killer Instinct is good for follow up. You have options. Obviously, they're not like, it's not Malphite ult, right? You don't get the dive bomb, but it's their ults. They exist.
Yeah, I know they're decent ones. I'm just thinking to myself, if I'm Silas and I'm in the fight, who do I want to take the most? Like, who is probably the most likely I would take? 'Cause I don't think Silas probably want to take Killer Instinct just because of the fact that he can already get on top of target. There's not really anybody to quote unquote put a mark for him the Killer Instinct anyway, aside from Zyra and Jin, but that's if
Zyra, Jin. He could follow the Cassante ult too if Cassante takes someone really far away.
That is true. As long as it's in range. But with that bot lane getting level 2 on the side of oh, never mind. Let me stop talking. We got a little trade between Sultan and Zelmax, and resulting in Sultan being half HP, and the Swain just walk off in a happy-go-lucky situation. But like I was saying, for that bot lane of Mashy and Mistborn, they did get level 2 first, and they were able to push off Cesar and Sire off that wave. And now they're taking level 3. We got a lot of action going on this mid, man. This is going crazy.
Yeah, things are just breaking out mid. No one really has enough damage to secure any kills at the moment. Zelmac back on the grasp again after that second game with Grasp and Ivy. They're going to go straight into Grasp Swain. Going to be that anchor for his team that they need.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now both junglers are on that bottom side of the map. But the Viego and Bazansky, he's on the scuttle, but Nocturne is looking for some action, but he should be spotted out. He's out of the fog of war. They're going to be making their walk to life. Sire is pretty low, half HP. He forces the flash out, and now the knight come through for the Nautilus, but nobody dies. Only one sum apiece for both squads.
Flash is going to end up being, kind of a deal breaker for Stano there. Like, Flash is going to not be nearly as valuable as that Ignite is going to be.
Oh, definitely is, especially
or other way around. Other way
forward too. And now we get the flash up on Nautilus. He's gonna find a kill. Kaisa first blood for Mistborn, and now we got a fight breaking down the top side. As Cassante, he's trying to get some more damage. He's looking for more for his team and possibly a kill back. But no one's gonna walk out. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean that gold going exactly where you want it, straight on Kaisa. Another acceptable outcome would have been on the Viego, but I mean, I think you really, really want that on the Kaisa. Kaisa's gonna be the one, doing the most damage, closing out this game.
Oh, definitely. Either one is fine. As long as one of those two, and it wasn't Nautilus, is a great time. Especially like in the before, like game 2, where I ganked on that stage game 1, where I ganked got a double kill. While the two carriers kind of just like, all right, we help, we got assist. We're kind of sad, but it's all right. As we got Poke coming out for the swing. Tax is trying to claim his money and claim those, claim that passive stacks, man.
I mean, this game is gonna, ideally for both teams, it slows down to a crawl, but, great gank coming out from Rat Tactics there in the bot lane. Truly utilizing some of their Rat Tactics.
Oh, okay, you're being punny. Alright, well, Silas looking for the engage, get a good trade in. Shilo's gonna make his way mid lane. Gonna push Swain off, but we're gonna miss. Not only that, but the plan's not gonna touch him either. So he's gonna be pretty healthy in that mid lane. While Silas, even though he tried to get a counter and trying to get that counter engage from Silas, onto the Swain. Swain was playing between the minions, so he couldn't get anything. And Zelmac just to make it quick work, dispatching of the Silas, man, just. That grass is keeping him healthy, and not only that, but brother just playing effortlessly between these beams to make sure that this Silas cannot get onto him.
Yeah, I mean, Swain doing a very, very good job about neutralizing this lane. When I was looking at these matchups initially, I was like, okay, Silo should probably win this matchup. But no, Zelmak showing that, he is going to be more dominant in this lane. He does not fear the pressure that Soten, exudes. He's not going to, concede the lead at all or anything. He's just going to sit there, take his passive income and neutralize.
Feel the pressure? My man is the walking representation of America in League right now. Pressure? We don't feel that, baby. We don't feel that. None of that mess. I'm joking. I'm just being a picture.
No, yeah. I mean, he is. He's looking like he's a whole ass army right now.
Yes, sir. Somebody get the eagle sounds, baby. And sound the horns. As Cassante catch Nar mid-jump. And now he goes into the all-out, looking to get onto the Nar. It's looking like it's going to be a first blood. Flash is forced to be blown. As now Cassante, he's going to probably have to blow Flash in his own. As the demonic ascension comes out, as Swain's looking to get the kill. But no, instead, in return, can get about 3 tower shots and go low himself. No one dies but Flash blown for both top laners. But Nar does have teleports, so he can come back.
I mean, bit of a reach from Zalmak there to go for that tower dive potentially, but it's not gonna work out too well for him. He's gonna, take a lot of damage, and the TP is gonna be forced from the Gnar here in the middle lane to try to, stop the bleeding a little bit. But in response, they are going to steer the scouts, which I don't think they'll be too upset about.
Yeah, Nocturne did trade away the mountain drake on the other side of the map while all the chaos is happening top side. But because of the roam of the swing, now Silas is gonna have a 9 CS gold lead. And not gold lead, sorry, CS lead. Not really too much of a difference between gold. But now we're looking at a dive for the bot side as the Gnar is gonna be extended by the Silas, making a kill over the Souls. But Kai's gonna try to fight it out. He does have killer instinct, but he's getting hit in the mouth by the Jin. Forced to blow the flash, but I don't think it was even worth it because Jin's gonna flash himself and just continue to tower dive and find another kill. 2 kills over 2. Stano Swell.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Stano, that play works out perfectly for you. Silas taking the Gnar ult, shoving both the Kaisa and the Nautilus back into that wall, and then they juggle tower aggro just well enough that they, pick up a kill.
And just keep it up with it now. Swain with 8 stacks of their Ravenous Walk. For anybody who doesn't know, that is the name of his passive. Oh, brother. We're not even 10 minutes into the game. We got a lot of fights. And speaking of now ones, we got a Gnar coming out from coin flip. Slams the Cassante to the wall, but is going to miss the stun. We're going to get some damage down. Sloppy being about half HP now. Silas being aggressed on by the Kaisa, but not going to be completely forced out the lane as Shire is not making his way there along with the Nocturne. And with Diego recalling back, he's going to opt to stay. They're going to look for a kill possibly. But instead, he's going to find the Nocturne. He's going to get a lot of damage down. He's going to land the Heartbreaker, force the flash out of the Nocturne. But Kaisen with the killer instinct is going to find the Viego. And Nocturne's going to paranoia his way to the Kaisen, but he's going to fall down too, making 2 kills on her with Jin trading. They're trying to make it even, but 2-1. And that goes in the favor of Red Tactics, man. Holy crap.
If you're Mistborn, you're more than satisfied with that outcome. 2 kills for yourself. Trading out the Paranoia, trading out the Stranglethorn, trading out the flashes from the Nocturne. You get so much value out of that for almost no investment.
Brother, what the hell is this game?
We did know that we're 3 hours into production now. It's game 3 chaos. I think everyone's tired. I think everyone's, just trying to close this out as fast as possible, so they're getting a little bit chaotic.
I think everybody's just trying to play the game like, can we make Ghost lose his voice tonight?
Depth Chart's going to come out from the Silas there. He's going to engage on the Swain. Demonic Ascension comes out from the Swain there. Not much is going to happen. Silas just going to opt to try to stall out the rest of this Demonic Ascension, but Swain not going to get, picked there.
I don't even think Swain wants to key on it anyway, because even if he did get in range for the Demonic Ascension to keep going, Silas had enough, he was low enough so Silas could really just blow him to pieces with one more engage with all his cooldowns off.
I mean, Soten putting a large amount of pressure on the lanes that he is present in. but it's not going to be enough to force any kills out at the moment.
Yep, and Zelmak using the teleport to get back down the bot. Sultan also gonna miss that E2 as they're still looking to keep trading, keep fighting. As Swain is gonna get more damage. Now his wave is back, so now he can have something to block his way. But Sultan's still getting that damage on, forcing Swain to go back again. As that demonic ascension not being up is hurting him.
As Zelmak forced into another non-favorable trade, and all it takes is Silas or Soten hijacking that demonic ascension and fighting back with it.
Yeah, both mid laners are looking at back, so they're gonna reset, which is gonna be really good for Zelmak at the moment, especially because he's already low HP. Now I will point out though, because of ironically the IRS having to pay taxes of anti-heal because of Silas now has completed Proto Belt. Meanwhile, Swain has yet to complete his first item, but he does have a lost chapter, but he had to go for that Oblivion Orb.
Surely we're not too upset about having to take Oblivion Orb on an AP champion, right? It's a good enough item.
You will be surprised, man. If you have to do that as an AP champion, it feels bad because, in all honesty, as before I can even finish that statement, we got to engage on the top side. Diego is immediately going to die. Because Asante is looking to finish off the Nautilus. Mashi, bye-bye. Thank you for adding more money to my pocket. And Sultan is going to get a double kill and make him now 3-1, along with the grubs going over to Stano Swell.
Yeah, I mean, probably not exactly what Rad Tactics wanted from that fight. Kaisa not really close enough to fight with them, and Swain not even on the same side of the map as them. But they are going to trade this dragon out somehow. I don't know how Stano wasn't aware of the fact that dragon was being taken. I know lack of vision, but they saw Swain rotate up from the bottom. It's kind of... I don't really know how they got that, but they got it.
Oh, we'll say both teams are equal on the... Oh, never mind. We got another fight going on the bot lane, and now Shire is about to pop up too, making sure that he gets in on it. But Viego is going to be there. Swain has the blast. Viego's coming in. He's trying to help. He's going to get the stun on... Not stun. Root onto Shire. But, it's not enough to follow up. They're a little too healthy on the Stano Swell side.
Yeah, that that stun is not gonna exactly make Swain do enough damage to eliminate this IRAP. Both teams posturing heavily towards the bottom side of the map, despite there being no objective currently up down there, aside from the turrets. But Herald is available for either team to take if they so wish. Demonic Ascension available for Silence.
Yep, yes sir. A Demonic Ascension not available for the Swain, but also Swain also has no flash, so he needs to back up before he gets engaged on again and possibly just outright killed. But why does this feel like why do I feel like I'm watching a rerun again? I mean, let's see. Sultan gets a good amount of kills. Swain starts to fall behind and go because of such. But Sultan on Anivia didn't die at all and just kept farming. And then just eventually just started kicking the dog crap out of Sultan because they weren't able to actually shut down the Swain. Not shut down the Swain, but shut down Zelmak.
Yeah,
Zelmak like a rerun, man.
Zelmak is definitely making this look like copy and paste from last game. But
and if you make it worse, think about it. Stano Swell, they built the lead early. It wasn't a big lead, but they built the lead early. Well, they have a lead. It ain't much, about like 100 gold. So it looks like 150 is gold, but they got to lead. Both Demonic Ascensions come out from both sides. And now Silas looking to engage. Both use the R2, but Silas is on the back end. It's not looking hot. But it can go either way. Silas is forced to flash away. Will he get the kill? Oh, Zelmak, you're playing with fire. You might want to get out of there, brother.
I am baffled that neither one of them died there. But the fight's gonna break out on the top side.
Paranoia comes through. Now Nara's out of Megadar. But the Nocturne's gonna die too. Kill Entry comes out. He's gonna find Desire. Making another kill to Mistborn and a kill to Diego, man. This is looking, oh, brother. This is not looking good for Stano Swell. They keep letting the game go on like this.
Yeah, I mean, Rad Tactics really just gonna revel in the fact that Stano not having their Silas there was missing a good chunk of their gold and was playing right into Rad Tactics' hand, having Kaisa available at that fight with as much gold as she has on the board at the moment.
bro. Why do I feel like it's deja vu all over again? Because think about it too. Last game, the Kali and Nivea, they kept fighting in the side lane. But every time it was close, no matter how much gold, how much gold Sultan had over Zelmat, every fight was close. This is just deja vu, brother. What the hell? Is this like? Am I going to put a caster curse now and just say Rat Tactics? If this game keeps going exactly how it went last game, they're just gonna win? I mean,
Could still be in game 2, to be honest. We could have never left it. This could be game 2. We could be going into game 4.
hey man, this could be a glitch in the Matrix, brother.
Oh, coming up just about on the 17-minute mark. Dragon spawning in 1:13. Both teams are going to opt to attempt to get their camps cleared and get ready to fight on the bot side. That is being potentially caught out here. Gonna take the Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker gonna go over the wall. Viego not going to attempt to chase. No Heartbreaker available for himself, but he's going to be.
But now Rat Tactics, they have the availability to go ahead and get on this river first and set up as Viego is getting rid of some of the vision. But the bot lane, the Rat Tactics, gonna opt to clear out mid. But at the same time, Stano Swell's bot lane, they're full on recall and Sorceress Nocturne. So it could be possibly just a free Drake over. Never mind, is the Viego is backing himself.
Yeah, the recall with about 30 seconds to Dragon spawn, not exactly where you want to be, especially with Herald available. But maybe he just wants to get this gold on board and pick Herald to the bot side of the map. Get it down, let's have a little bit of pressure for this Dragon and look to, you know, secure it.
I will say also, TP is available for both top laners currently. The thing is though, Nard doesn't have any of his rage bar for Mega Nard at the moment. So he's going to be 9 times out of 10 in that mini Nard for that fight.
Are going to need to optimize his rage usage a little bit here.
I'm assuming there was a pause or something because we're all...
We've been
I'm stuck.
having issues with spectator bugs recently in leagues, so I think it's a spectator bug. You'll have to get back into the lobby somehow. If you have like one of them added, you should be able to just spectate them from your friends list.
Oh boy. All right, sorry, we had a little technical difficulty, you know, small indie company, baby, but a little spectator bug, but we're back into the game, we're back into the action, but now it's 6-6, and then we got a little fight down in bot lane, we're going crazy, Dragon comes in, Nocturne is going to die to the Kai'Sa, Kai'Sa now 5-3, she's going to be trading her life away, but it's still going, top side, we got Mega Nard, Casante's looking like he's going to die, he goes down, coin flip takes down Sloppy, TP in from Silas, they're looking for more blood, they're trying to finish off that Nautilus and that Viego is Nautilus forced to flash away. Man, what a hell of a way to come back into this game.
But yeah, I mean, straight from intermission to fight. I mean, that's how the story goes sometimes, I guess. But I'm curious how Red Tactics is going to end up losing that fight, despite being in the driver's seat at the moment. It's a little intriguing.
But unfortunately, the world may never know, just like the Tootsie Roll commercial. But we're looking at Stano Swell, they're starting that Cloud Drake, looking to try to stack these dragons. But man. That was kind of a killjoy. We got a teleport coming in, and first Stano Swell, make sure the Silas is back. But he's not fully HP, but Knowledge is gonna be able to spot him out. As now we're looking like we're about to have another clash of the Titans on this bot side. As you see, where is the there? Yes, Cassandra.
Yeah, everyone's there. Everyone's there. Silent's gonna hijack that Gnarl. Fight's gonna bring out Depth Charge onto the back line. Gonna be the throw from the Gnar onto the Nocturne. Gonna stun. Silent's gonna be free hitting right now. Heartbreaker's gonna go out possession onto Nocturne as well. Viego's gonna find another reset. Kai'Sa gonna be free hitting as well, and that's gonna be all 5 down for the side of Stano Swell. And that's gonna be a Penta, or not Penta kill, but an ace for the side of Red Tactics.
Yes, sir. Nor ultimate almost finds them all as he finds multiple members of Stano Swell and be able to turn the tide of that fight and make it so they find that ace. Woo! 21 minutes in, and we're going crazy. It's now almost exactly a 4,000 gold lead over to Rat Tactics. As they're gonna drop their Ripper of Pazanski, and Zelmax gonna finish off that bot tier 1 tower.
They're going to try to save an extra charge from that Herald, but not going to have the damage to do so because there's no wave there. But they will get a second charge onto this bottom T2, which will be beneficial for them as they look to, you know, potentially contest this Baron at the 23-minute mark.
Man. Well, I think I need to start thinking about what my dinner for the night is gonna be because Stano Swell keeps playing like this, and this game is completely over. But we got it. But as we see Viego, he gets caught out. He ran to Silas. Now the paranoia. Nocturne's gonna be able to find the kill, and the jungler is gone with Baron on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the type of play that you want to see to get yourself back in the game if you are Stano Swell. The paranoia being follow-up for a pick in the potential side lane. Silence being able to move there, you know, not having the high def available. But paranoia going to be more than enough. Killer Instinct on the Jhin in the mid lane. Is going to get Stranglethorn down. Kai'Sa's going to be caught out here. That's going to be an extra kill with the current call confirming it. Potentially, they might be able to reach for this Nautilus as well. Nautilus going to get smited down. No bind from the Zyra there. They don't exactly have the HP, but they're going to be more than happy with 2 kills there.
All right, this is the moment I'm gonna have a heart-to-heart. You know, hey, Pazanski, I know you can't hear me. I don't know you. I never spoken to you. But man, stop being brother Pazanski. We're giving away free. We're being free. By the way, I am a non-biased caster. But brother Pazanski and brother Mistborn, because you were definitely inting game 1 on the ass by getting picked off. Come on, man. Come on. You're going to throw the game for your team. At the same time, good job over the Stano Swell. They finding those picks and punishing them for making those mistakes and trying to claw their way back into this game. And, gosh, damn it. We have a pause.
We got some laggers out here, and they're lagging behind a little bit.
Ah, come on, ladies and
A
gents.
summoner
Come
has
on.
disconnected.
All right, well, as we're into this pause, you know, like in this current game state, man, how do you feel, Lost? Like looking at both of these teams, looking at the gold lead and the items, bro. How do you feel right now?
I mean, if I'm being honest, I still don't see a way for Stano to win this game just by looking at the scoreboard and comps. But with the way that, you know, Pazanski and Mistborn have been playing, you know, anything's possible, I'd assume.
Anything possible indeed, because even Coin Flip, he's doing well. He finding big Gnar ultimates when he's actually in the form in these team fights, man. But brother, and I say brother, I mean no pun intended, but you know, I feel like sometimes it's either you get a great good players out of Mistborn or Pazanski, or you get goodwill with them donating gold.
Yeah,
Man.
the non-profit organization being run over by Rat Tactics over here.
Man, non-profit my ass, because they certainly profited in Stano Swell with those out of the way they're dying sometimes.
Yeah, I mean they just need to calm down and stop going for these hyper aggressive plays and just play for their team fight win condition, you know? Let the CC stack up, let the Swain do his job, be a deterrent, and let Kai'Sa, you know, go relatively untouched in these fights and just kind of shut people down.
Man, I'm probably gonna be canceled by the end of the week by Rat Tactics.
Red Tactics knows what they need to do.
Shoot, I might be canceled by Stano Swell for how the way I talked about it.
Well, maybe they shouldn't go flashing in the walls, and they wouldn't have such a hard time.
Why did you just remind me of that, bro? I actually managed to erase that from my mind, and now say sorry is just like all that came back to mind because you literally talked him up just to him to like straight up play like he was boosted game too.
Flashing into walls, ghosting for movement speed mid.
No use of cleanse, even though he's getting stunned to get murdered for it.
Yeah.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother, my heart right now.
A summoner has reconnected.
All right, but as we are waiting now, Sultan has now reconnected to the game. So both teams are calling for a ready check. We're both possibly back into this game momentarily as we look to close out this crazy. I'm trying not to cuss. Crazy series for the night between Stano, Swell, Manta, Rays, and Rat Tactics.
Don't worry, with the way that this is going, we got another 40 minutes left in the series. We'll make this a 4-hour set.
Man, by the time we get done with this, everywhere is gonna be closed for me to be able to get something to eat, man.
Oh, for real. Might want to order it right now, low-key.
Man, I'm about to. Man, Uber Eats looking real good right now.
Gonna be loading back into this game. You know, Vinsky looking to path towards this top side potentially. Oh, we're frozen again.
Oh, don't tell me the spectator bug again.
Riot
Bro.
Gamer, Riot.
Riot.
We love Riot Gamer. Thank you,
Small
Riot
indie
Gamer.
company. Riot.
We appreciate you, Riot Gamer.
Damn.
We are just trying to sit in here, waiting.
All right, but while we wait, hey man. So, brother, what you been watching anime or some TV shows or movie exciting things as of late?
Hey man, you know we're out here. I don't know how much anime do you watch? Do you know a fair bit?
I know a fair bit. I just haven't been watching as much as I used to, but I want to get back to watching like I did. Cause it's like I don't know. I used to go from action and all these crazy animes to now just I ain't gonna lie. Okay, don't go at me, but everybody. Don't go at me about it. I've been watching more romance.
No, bro, romance is fire. Don't even get me started. There's some good rom-coms, man.
Hey man, Yakuza is my fiance. It's gonna be coming out soon.
It is coming out right now, actually.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, I've been meaning to start it because I think an episode aired like a couple days ago. So.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. It's the second episode already, I think.
Oh, nice. Okay, I gotta watch that. I hope it's on Crunchyroll. But we got an engage coming from the Nar onto Sloppy, along with Diego Bielsa Brzezinski looking to follow up. But keep in mind that Sloppy still has ultimate, so he can't get smacked to the wall. But Killer Instinct's gonna come in and make sure they're gonna finish them all. 4 people up in the top lane. Gosh, man, he almost makes it out. But Nar is gonna make sure to throw a boulder at him and make sure he dies.
Yeah, going all out is not gonna save you from Riot's all-out harassment in terms of your hit. You know, Kasante not really the champion he was about like 5-6 patches ago.
And you know what? I'm being fairly honest. I'm surprised that Rat Tactics did not start the Baron. And now we got 4 members of Stano Swell. Look at the bot lane. We already got the W coming out for the Jin. Now Demonic Ascension is going to keep Swain alive. But now we got TP coming in for Nar. And also the Stringer Thrower is coming in for the Zyra, trying to make their way out of it. Paranoia comes out. They're going to find her. They're going to find the solid Paranoia. He flies back in. And IK's going to die. Say sorry. He's going to be ran down next. Heartbreak. He's getting these resets. He's finding his marks. Now they're looking to finish it off with Shire. And now he's like, he's going to be dead. Bye-bye double kill for Brzezinski, baby. Woo, and 4 dead for
Diego.
Monterey's.
Definitely showing why he is the king of breaking hearts. You know, breaking the hearts of Stano Swell.
The irony be saying that after we just got done talking about romance animes. Crazy how it all comes together.
Oh no, for real. It's all predicted by Univision. I think Univision.
Man. Cast is cursed, baby. Cast is cursed. But now looking at this Baron as Rat Tactics is starting up and they're running it down fairly quick. This dragon is coming up pretty soon too. Do I keep bring up the timers real quick?
Dragon is going to be spawned in pit at the moment. You know, it's going to be available for both teams right now. 26 minutes into the game. You know, Baron just getting taken, meaning it's going to be a 5-minute respawn timer. Could be about 31 minutes out. It could be the 3rd Dragon for the side of Rat Tactics. Could be good. 5-minute timer back on that Dragon for Soul to be claimed by Rat Tactics. But I think they're going to attempt to close out this game before it becomes an issue.
Man.
Crazy stuff.
Well, I just want to point out that if we take a look at the gold lead, brother. After all of this chaos and DCs and bugs and all this stuff happening, whew, we are now at almost a 7K gold lead for Rat Tactics. They are trying to run away with this game right now, as they are on Soul Point.
Guys is gonna attempt to do a 1v1 against Stano on the bot lane. Stano gonna show that he is going to get absolutely worked by Mistborn in the 1v1. That is going to be the Paranoia coming out from Nocturne on the Kaisa. Not really gonna do much. She's gonna be forced to flash away. Holy!
Nocturne thought Kaisa was by herself, but didn't realize this Call of Duty logic out here, baby. There's one, there's three. They're bringing boys to the table as he had to run away.
Yeah, Nar gonna opt to throw the minions back at Kisante, scare him off a little bit. But can we just talk about how Mistborn absolutely walked Soten down?
For Mistborn,
Zero
so
fear.
far ahead. Like, think about it. Mistborn is three and a half items in already. Soten only has 2 and a couple of M2s. I don't know what he was thinking there.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but these Baron minions are going to be providing a decent amount of damage on these turrets.
And now Jin opens the courage, looking to get some more damage from the Kaisa, but you gotta remember, he has a brick wall that is Nautilus in front of her, so it's not really do much. They even taking down to half HP as they're trying, as now Stano trying to clear these waves as Rat Tactics look to break over the base as they just did. Now knocking down the inhibitor turret on the top side. Now they're trying to knock it down in the bot lane too.
I mean, those Baron cannons are doing good deal of damage. Dragon coming up in about 2 minutes and 40 seconds for Rat Tactics to be able to force down this soul. It is Cloud Soul. Actually Cloud Soul is really good on Rat Tactics. Not so much on Stano's team, but I mean, Rat Tactics definitely wants to be securing this Cloud Soul.
Especially if your name is Swain, that makes you happy on the inside. You keep on walking forward on the Stano Swell with that demonic ascension up, man. Be able to keep it up and stay on top of the enemy. But with no major objective on the board, and Baron should be running out soon, if not already done. Are gonna look to see as what does Rat Tactics opt to do, especially now they have the availability to really take over a quadrant of the jungle and try to get those wards down. So I would suspect that they're probably going to try to keep control of Stano's red side, so they make sure that dragon comes up. They have no problem getting soul.
I mean, if we're Stano, what are we thinking right now? Like, what is our way back into this game? How do we take control over this game and try to push ourselves back in?
Be honest with you. Get a pick and pray you don't end up in a team fight and get pimp slapped by Rat Tactics wallets.
And I think that's exactly what iGig's going to try to do with the Paranoia available at the moment. Going to attempt to look on to Coinflip in the top lane, but Coinflip is just too beefy. He's going to opt to base instead. Let's a little bit about this XP disparity in the jungle for a second. iGig is level 14 and Brzezinski is level 17.
You want to talk about XP? Can we go back to that gold? Good God Almighty! You want to say that? Look at Casante and Nocturne, and then look at Nar and Viego. Or even worse, look at the Jin and look at Kaisa, man. This is straight belt to ass in this game right now, brother. Like, straight up.
I mean, Brzezinski, I don't know what happened with iGig tonight, but, he played really, really well in that first game, and then the second game was a little tough, and then the third game is a little tough, too. That is going to end up being sloppy.
We're going to say Brother Brzezinski was playing very well in that first game? We forget about the Poppy ultimate?
No, I said iGig. iGig was playing well.
Okay. I thought you said Brzezinski.
No. Brzezinski is playing for them in game 1. But, I mean, that is going to be sloppy. With some sloppy vision clearance, going to walk straight into the dredge line and get punished for it.
And now, like I was saying before, like they're looking to control the vision in that bottom side, because now Dragon's up in less than 5 seconds, and they might be trying to death push somebody. No, they just opt to go in and start the Dragon, going and get that soul, baby. And now also Baron coming up in less than 30 seconds too. Looking his head up there and grabbing that Baron and closing this game out. As now Nar is getting an inhib on that top side.
Coinflip just does not care. He's just gonna keep walking.
My man hasn't died yet at all yet, so I don't think no else forgiven at all.
Yeah, so much just XP gold disparity. It is near impossible for Stano to come back from this game. It is a ticking clock, like you said, a ticking time bomb. They're just slowly bleeding out in the corner of the map, stuck inside their base, at the mercy of Red Tactics.
We got throw for commit from the side. They just opened up the curtain, but I don't know. Nara's gonna not catch anybody with the ultimate, but Rat Tactics gonna make their way to the top side, even though they got 3 members of the team half HP. As they look to engage now, Nautilus with the ultimate, but it doesn't matter. Oh, maybe it does now. 2 dead on the side of Rat Tactics. Look at her trying to finish the Kaisa. There she goes, and there she blows back to the gray screen. She goes, man. 5 deaths, making it 3 down for Rat Tactics. Only traded 1 being a Nocturne, but you don't care if he dies, because he's pretty much out of the game anyway. Stano Swell looking to fight their way back into this. Granted, it's still about 11k down, so they have a long way to go. But with standing gold amount, with that top T1 still on, so is the T2, along with the mid and bot T2, they could possibly fight their way back.
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly not how you want that fight to go if you are Rat Tactics. But if we're Stano, those are the exact fights that you want to see to get yourself back in this game. That is still going to be 2 Barons up for the side of Rat Tactics. It's not going to be the nail in their coffin yet, but it is definitely not going to feel good to lose that mid-tier 2 here. But Kaczynski going to look to claim some sort of bounty for himself on this mid lane. Look for a potential pick onto Cesari or Shire here. Not
Now
really
only about a couple members with Baron on the side of Rat Tactics. They still could look to push down a wave in a lane and still try to open up another part of Stano Swell Kraken's base. As they still, even though they had 3 members die in that fight, they still have a massive amount of items in the gold lead, so they can still just slap the hell out of Stano with their wallets, bro. Like we gotta remember, there's still a pimp named Mistborn currently with all the money he has.
Yeah, I mean, Mistborn is a huge issue in this game at the moment.
Oh yeah, speaking of issue, we got Paranoid coming out, Demonic Ascension coming down, along with the Nara coming in and slamming a lot of people into the wall. But Silas is gonna die, but they're looking to try to claim a life from Nara. Nara's gonna make it out, gonna jump out, he's gonna go Mega. He's gonna go Mega, he is Mega now, he's gonna live, and there's gonna be a turnaround. Then 3 dead for Stano Swell, making 4, and possibly now 5, and St. Sark is Killer Instinct on Black Kaiser, and now this game should be closed out. And Rat Tactics fulfill what they came to do. They come in with the do the upset and give Stano Swell Manta their first loss of the season. You will not be undefeated. You will not pass go. No $200 for you. As Rat Tactics, they now go to 2-1 for week 3 of Murky Sports.
You know, Rat Tactics as a dynasty, I think I really enjoy their team. They are by far one of my favorite teams in the league at the moment. Just the personality behind, all their players is really amazing. And honestly, amazing performance by them tonight. Coin Flip showing up, Zelmak showing up, Pizanski, rough couple of the first games, but shows up in that last game. Mistborn, questionable positioning a couple times.
Man, that Wukong game 2 was something to be fearful of.
Oh yeah, no, sorry.
It makes perfect sense why it immediately got banned. This game 1 and game 3. Because game 2 they let him have it, and he put belt to ass, boinking everybody on top of the head and make sure they got put into the dirt, the feet, at the plant, and man, be fertilizers for the trees, brother. But woo! We are finally at the end of this series, and we conclude this chapter in a book for Murky Sports Week 3 as the game of the week. Rat Tactics fulfill the upset. Woo, man.
Amazing set of games.
Amazing. And somehow my voice is still here.
Barely.
Yeah, barely. You can hear it. You can hear it's getting scratchy. I mean, if we can get one, sure.
Oh, who are we pulling in? Who are we flaming?
Flame? I wouldn't say it flaming. If we get Pazinski, I'm definitely gonna call him Brother Pazinski for game 1. Holy crap!
I don't even know what to ask. Dude, that stuff was so draining.
It is, man. Ooh. I'm surprised my mental is still here, but it's okay, man. We got enough action to keep us going through the night. These were by far, even though like they were on the longer side of games, it was by far still they kept the action up. And as we take a look at the post game lobby, brother, man, we want to talk about Fat Wallace, that Kaisa brother.
Kaisa is swimming in cash.
Man, Mistborn said, "My name is a pimp named Slipback, and I'm here to collect my money. Get on the corner." As he dog walked, not dog walked the team of Stano Swell this game. Woo. Oh my goodness, the backhands are something serious. This man played without fear.
I mean, yeah,
Granted, they got him killed a good amount of times for getting picked off throughout this series, but he played with some big cojones, man. Holy crap!
Yeah, I talked about him being, a very, very close contender for the best ADC slot. And I mean, I said that he needed to show up tonight, and you know what he did? He showed up.
And looks
He
like
played
he
his
might be
game.
taking over that number one slide in your mind. Cause say sorry, you glazed him a lot, but whoo.
Say sorry, let me down today. I'm not gonna lie.
Good grief, my brothers and sisters.
He's
I just need to take a breather for a moment because that was a lot.
That was a large deal.
Are we able to get one for an interview? Or they which one?
Let's go.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the man putting belt to ass in the bot lane for a player interview, you're gonna get Mistborn tonight. So this is gonna be even better. We're about to have some more fun. Holy crap!
Hello.
Oh man, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy of the hour, the pimp with the money and the backhand from hell to put down on Stano Swell. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Mistborn in the building for a player interview. Let's go.
Hi, how's it going?
All right,
Right,
well,
Mistborn.
Mistborn, man, I got a question for you. We're gonna start with the bad stuff first. We gotta get
Okay.
negative out the way.
Yeah.
What the hell were you thinking when you by yourself mid lane with your teammates like all the way like 50 feet away?
Okay, so having a little bit of fun. I think if I flash that Zyro stun, I think it's a double kill, to be entirely honest. But definitely unnecessary plays here and there. I think once we got into our stride with that scaling comp, with our wonderful draft from our coaches, by the way, I think we were just set.
All right, well, all right, so here we go then. Now to the good stuff. How does it feel, bro? You guys were literally the underdogs coming into this match of the week, brother, with against Stano Swell Monterey. How do you feel putting belt to ass to Stano Swell to take them to game 3? Not only that, hand them their first match loss in game 2, and then not only that, on top of that, hand them their first series loss to make sure they don't walk out of week 3 undefeated, man. How does that feel?
I think we've been pretty confident all along. I want to say shout out to Mashi finally getting in here on week 3. We're getting our roster like fully fleshed out now. I think we've got some great synergy between everybody here. I think we've got really good comms and an idea of how we want to play the game. So, really happy with how it went.
Okay, that is awesome. That is awesome, man. But tell me, going into the draft, especially like game 2 and game 3, what was the confidence level for your team, especially like losing that game 1 and the style in which you guys did? Like, what was going through you guys' head during that time frame?
Well, game 1, I think we actually thought we could win that game. We just had like 2 or 3 plays that set us behind. But if we don't make some missteps on our mid waves, if we, like nail together our team fights, I think that game 1's a 1 game. I could have been a 2-0, but
Okay. So even despite game 1, you guys did come into game 2 with confidence, and that is a big thing. That is a big thing because especially with how the draft looked in game 2, it's like you guys kind of like just settled down and took a step back. It's like, okay, we're gonna play our way of League of Legends. We're gonna just slow it down and we're gonna scale into the game, which you guys did game 2 and game 3. Whereas it felt like Stano, they got confident after game 1. So, like, far as like as far as the bot lane is concerned, right? Because this is actually gonna be my first time casting you guys, any of you guys, as a matter of fact. Well,
Okay.
I think maybe one from Stano I have because I casted Stano Swell Krakens last season. But walk me through it. Like, what would you like? How would you in your mind going through like okay game planning or the matchup you're going against with Cesar and Shire, especially Cesar being one of the top 80 carries in the league?
Well, going into game 2, I think I was a bit happier with how our draft set us up to execute our comp, especially in the late game. And even with, I'd say, a pretty bad death on level 1 by me, because I was a little bit out of that bush that I should have been inside. I think some of the wave setup that we had in bot lane really just put in a wonderful spot. And as soon as that happened, I was happy about that game. I was ready to see where it went because I think all of us have confidence in ourselves. I think every player on my team is absolutely goated. And like the constant comms and like ideas coming from everybody are just they're leading us to victory. It's the teamwork. So really happy with how that went. We were pretty happy going into game 2. And game 3, it was just happy all around.
Okay, that's good. And now that you guys fulfilled the upset, I'm pretty sure you guys are coming in with a lot of confidence going into this next week. So, I mean, I just want to ask you. I just want to ask you this, man. How do you feel with that explosive performance, brother? With the way that you guys played as a team, especially bringing it back from that game 1 loss. Like, I don't want to feel like I don't want to make it seem like I'm asking the same question just in a different way because I mean it in a
Yeah.
different way. But brother, it felt like you guys were just playing ticking time bombs and you guys just kept the game from going out of control. And you guys did it so well. And like maybe this is more of a question towards your mid laner because especially he's in a situation where Sultan himself got pretty ahead, whereas the rest of the team didn't. But in this
Yeah.
game, go ahead, sir.
So good. I think as a team, I think we have pretty good mental. So even with losses like that, where it feels like our momentum might slow down, I think we all communicate about what we want, which really makes it easy to play out like a game 2 where you feel like, okay, maybe it's down to the wire, but we're all here to play our game. And in that game 2, I think Zell again absolutely performed. I think the way that we played around him and just let him go off the way that he can just really allowed us to shine. So I'm confident going forward. I'm not going to say that we shouldn't try. We shouldn't give it our all. Like every single game is something to take serious, and we're here to work. We're here to win. So I'm happy looking forward.
All right, hell yeah. That's like to hear loss. You got any questions for our man here?
Just one. So games 1 and 2, obviously you guys had yourself on a different style of AD carry. You know, the Ash being more supportive. But then game 3, you decided to opt into the Kai'Sa. Was there any particular reason for that, or?
Well, to quote my coach, I think Kai'Sa's great into Nocturne. And I also think that to give some info to the crowd, Ash Kai'Sa are my best champs. So you're looking to sum the ban? There it is right there.
All right, man. Well, brother, congratulations. Great job on the games you played, man. Very explosive. Great, man. Hats off to you guys. And I'm looking forward to what you guys can put and do next week. Well, right now, we got an actual bonus for the people that are still rocking with us right now in the chat. Guess what, guys? We got a special. We got another game for you. Because now we're gonna go over to game 3 for the Merc Esports team, the Ginyu Force. Merc Ginyu Force. Yes, sir. Versus SNC Coven Knights. So we're still going. I hope you're still rocking with us, and we're gonna get you through this game 3, baby. And maybe just maybe I might lose my voice tonight. Ooh-wee.
You didn't have enough already? Here's some more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In the process of setting up some notes for them because I was not prepared to do this game for. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey man, that's the beauty of it. We're about to do it on the fly, on the spot.
But you know, extra game. You know, gotta please the crowd. You guys get an extra one tonight. Yeah, I mean, it's a long night. That's for sure.
Oh, that's for sure. But now that we're gonna be going through another game 3, I'm gonna be thinking more about my dinner because everything's gonna be closed by the time this is over.
Oh yeah.
Whataburger's gonna be looking like my best friend across town. Jokes aside, man, can't wait to see what we got for us right here. I will say though, this is just as much as a surprise as to us as for you guys. So now we have no prep time for this. So all this is going to be off top of the dome, and we don't even know how game 1 and game 2 went. So all we know, this is a 1-1 situation with one team's going to come out ahead and the other one's going to have to fall. But guys, I'm sure you guys know more about the teams in this league than just a couple. So I got a question for you. Who y'all think's gonna win? Put a 1 in the chat for Merc Ginyu Force, or put a 2 in the chat for SNC Coven Knights. Let's see who you supporting, who you got your money on, who got the parlays on these players as we look to get into this draft. As now we starting out the draft, first band's gonna be coming out fairly soon. Kind of just, I can't really guess who's gonna do what. 'Cause again, we don't know.
Lux band could be a staple band. Could be something that happened earlier in the set. Who knows? Gwen's gonna go out standard, top lane procedure Ziggs. Wow.
What is it? The Mossy? Y'all got a problem against magic users?
I would like to know the lore behind the Ziggs ban. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? Holy crap, they are flowing through this fast. We already got the Mumu band, and along with the Ziggs coming out from the Ginyu Force. I'm gonna have so much fun with this one. And the Coven Knights also banning the Kane and the Yorick. And now the Lucian coming out of B1 for Faded Eclipse, man. This is gonna be interesting. And I just want to point out too, as you all know, that the Merc Ginyu Force, they are blue side. On the red side is in the Coven Knights.
I'm curious.
Okay, all right. We lost our producer for a second, but it seems like he has been revived. He's back. All right, we're back rocking and rolling, baby. His misfortunes picked up in the R1 slide. Look what he possibly gonna pair it in. It's gonna be probably not support picked here, maybe a jungler.
It could opt into like the Rel or Nautilus or something with Engage, but I mean that would open responses for Ginyu to lock in as well.
I mean, I doubt that they're gonna lock in support here, because probably gonna wait to see if there's the jungle. Probably gonna look to see if there's gonna be Melio paired up with Lucian or the Nami. I mean, if it is Nami, I fully expect possibly like a Nautilus to come out. But if it's Melio, it could be possibly the Rel instead, especially something to get a Wombo down with that misfortune. But with Nocturne now, I'm curious to see if we're gonna see an Orianna coming out at mid lane or whatnot, or what, because. Granted, we just saw this previous series between Stano and Rat Tactics that even though they picked Nocturne, they opted for something like Silas. But here we are with Merc Ginyu Force. They're bringing out the Lilia, bringing out the Deer Girl to smack people around and put them to sleep. Ooh, okay, but I'm probably expecting the support to be picked here for B3.
It should be if it's support, to be honest. Like you said, probably the Nami or the Braum it is.
Dwight the Spring Frozen. All right, yeah, and the Browns gonna come out for a B3, and now we're looking to see who Coven Knight's gonna round this first round of picks out with. And as we go into the last 5 seconds, it's gonna be I called it on the money. It's gonna be that rail coming out to get that Wombo down with the misfortune. And now we go into the second round of bands. We have we have no clue what it's supposed to be.
It's meant to be Shen.
Oh boy.
Shen Nocturne.
Never mind. That is not a rail. You may see rail on the screen, but it was meant to be the man that stands united with his team. The master the Kenku order himself, Shen, actually is supposed to be the one.
Yeah, I mean, with Shen getting locked in there instead of the Rel, we could potentially see a Rel ban from Ginyu Force with that knowledge on the table that they potentially want to play the Rel with the Misfortune. That makes sense.
But they wouldn't be able to actually ban Rel because in the actual app itself, Rel's technically picked, so they had to tell us. But the Syndra is going to be coming through as a ban for that mid lane, which I'm surprised if. I mean, Oriana is available, but I don't know if Geb plays it. Which, speaking of the players, right after we got to the draft, I'm going to introduce you guys to the players to make sure you guys understand who is where and who, what, where, and why is who in this game. Cause I am just saying names, but you guys can't. There is no names to really just put the faces at the moment because they're not there for the draft. All right, as Galileo is gonna be banned out against Merc Ginyu Force, I'm guessing some shenanigans must have happened in the past 2 games.
It confuses me because they have the Nocturne, they have the Shen, they could take the Galileo for the trifecta if they really wanted to.
They could have, especially they could have picked it R4. They're probably gonna say the mid lane for counter pick though. No, actually, no, I doubt it. Sorry, because top lane still hasn't locked in yet either. So it makes more sense.
No. Remember, Rel.
Oh yeah, Shen, you're right. Shen, you're right. Because the Rel is fake. The Rel is a snake or huh?
That's gonna be the Rel probably.
Okay. Okay. You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it is Rel.
It's gonna the R4 is meant to be Rel and the R3 is meant to be Shen.
Still...
You know what? We're gonna have it. All right, Ayo. We could just take down the Shen name off the stream at this point because there we go. Both of them are meant to be in the team. As Malzahar is what? Malzahar is bringing out Malzahar mid. Okay.
Okay. I'm still really confused why Coven Knights banned out the Galileo. That really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But
hey man, we just work here.
we just work here.
We just work here. Alrighty, now looking to see who the Ginyu Force is gonna round out their team with. I'm gonna have so much fun with this.
What?
All right. Darius.
So
we have made it to the point where Merc Ginyu Force team comp does not make zero lick of sense.
this is a solo queue comp if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, how tilted did you have to be from the first 2 games? And there it is! I called it! That should have been banned! Oriana Nocturne is here, and they also have a Rel.
And a Shen.
And a Shen to back him up. Oh, God. Oh, my.
And the MF. Yeah, they got the Wombo. That's going to be
God, oh my.
Oriana on the R5 from Coven Knights.
Oh, this should be built to ass if I ever seen one. But, again, anything can happen, but brother.
It's a scary draft. You don't want to see that if you're Merc Ginyu Force right now.
Oh, you definitely don't. But now that we're done drafting, let me introduce you to the players of both sides. As for this game 3 of this series, Merc Ginyu Force in the top lane, we got Drake. Anybody who gets that reference, but we're gonna leave it alone. In jungle, we have Kermitsu, mid Blood Merc himself, the owner of the league. And the AD carry, Fates Eclipse, and rounding out support, Zombie Juggernaut. And for on the red side, for SNC Coven Knights, we have top Koala, jungle Amethyst, mid Geb, AD carry, Yasuo, and to round out the support, Boogie. And as we're looking to get into the game, Lost, you got any final thoughts before we toss it over to intermission?
Dude, this draft confuses me. It hurts my head. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, my brain is doing pretzel twists right now, but I'm just rolling with it, baby. Because last minute, we just out here at this point. But as we get into the riff for this game 3 of Merc Guinea Force versus SNC Coven Knights, we're gonna toss it over to a brief intermission because, of course, we got the delay, baby. So take your breaks, get you some water, beverage, juice, beer, liquor, whatever it is. And go and get back and get ready because come back. Once we get back, we're gonna be in our seats for the last game of the night, ladies and gentlemen. As we load onto the riff. See you in a moment.
Summoner's Rift.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a surprise game for you with the another series of Merc
30
getting you
seconds
forward for
until minions spawn.
SNC Cover Knights. They're game 3 of that series, and they started to be continued after we got done with the crazy match of the week that was Rat Tactics versus Stano, Swell, Manta, Rays. But now we're looking at this game, and I don't know what the hell to think, man. I feel like my opinion, I feel like Cover Knights should take this dub, but anything can happen. So, guys, put your predictions in. Who's gonna win game
Minions
3?
have spawned.
Do you think it's gonna be Merc Ginyu Force? I mean, do it for the memes, man. I mean, they're literally named the Ginyu Force, and Spark and Dragon Ball Sparking Zero just came out a little bit ago. Do it for the memes. Or it's gonna be SNC Cover Knights. Somebody might have paid a little bit too much ball to get 3 for you cooking up this name. Nah, I'm joking. I'm messing with you. But, hey, man, what are you expecting, Lost? What are you expecting? Talk to me, man. Talk to me.
I'm expecting this bot cheese to result in kills. That's what I'm expecting.
Oh, yeah. That's what I like to hear. As we're now engaging, as Braum is gonna land that Q onto the Misfortune, and the passive almost makes it through.
Quite enough. The ward being enough to save, Misfortune and Boogie from this, misfortunate scenario. Unfortunate, misfortunate. I guess misfortunate.
Ooh, man. Well, unlike the previous series we cast, there's not a lot of action currently going on. Just a little bit of trading so far, as everybody's starting to hit their level 2s and looking for just a little bit more of a fighting spirit, but nothing in topside so far. Nobody's losing health, and as I said that, maybe I was wrong, but here comes the Shen doing the damage, getting the sword to crack through the Darius so you can actually get more damage on the auto attack.
I didn't say something the opposite happens, right?
Yeah, man, cast is cursed, baby. Maybe if I wish for something to happen, it will. Now, only if that worked out for my love life. I'm joking, of course.
I really hope they break out into a fight bot lane here. That'd be really cool.
That would be. As AD carry with no Yasuo piloting in Misfortune and we'll be wanting to look for some more kills. The same thing can be said for Faded Eclipse and Zombie Juggernaut. Especially they want to make an impact on these team fights, but especially for the Misfortune, because the majority of and a lot of the Wombo is gonna be that Nocturne and Ori ball delivery service. But especially you want to look for that Misfortune dropping that bullet time on the enemy team.
Bullet time is going to be the deciding factor for most of these team fights. I think it's very, very apparent in draft that was what they were going for, was ball into the bullet time. So,
Yes, sir. Ball delivery service as Nocturne looks to be a FedEx in this game, brother.
We saw a bot cheese from our game, or a lane game from our game 3 in the last set, and it's happening again.
Oh, it's Lilia as the bot lane of Covet Knights. They're not gonna spot the Lilia walking in. She make it through the fog of war for a lane gang. Not trying to recall, so it's gonna be an outright 2v3 to get caught out here. So it seems that the bot lane of Covet Knights, they're not gonna walk up far enough for anybody to get that engage on them. So Lilia is probably just gonna opt the recall, or just stay there and waste a lot more time. Oh, there it is. There's the recall.
That is quite a large amount of time wasted. That's going to allow Archer to probably secure both of these scuttle crabs for himself.
And then you also got to run into the issue of the tempo of Lilia being thrown off from just being there, just sitting there so long. But Nocturne is on the top side, but that Darius is being shoved in by the Shen, so it might not mean that much. As Blood Merc, he got the recall. He had the TP back, and Oriana's probably gonna be doing the same. We got to engage up top side. Shen is just putting in that work and letting Darius know why he's the master of the Kiku order. But as I say that, we gotta fight down bot. As the passive now almost being procced onto the rail, it is going to be, but Misfortune almost actually going now, and now we just got action across all 3 lanes. It's kind of hard to keep up with. We only got one camera.
Lots of fighting going on everywhere. People just wanted to be active. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see. Fight's going to break on the top side. Darius going to hit the level 6. He's going to have the Noxian Guillotine available. Going to connect, and that's going to be first blood going to Drake.
Yep, at least one Drake is winning because apparently the Canadian one, he took an L against Kendrick. Don't worry, I'll make myself out the door for them. I'll walk myself out.
I'm dying. No, I'm dying. No. I don't know what to say to that. Yeah. That's great shit. That's gonna crash down from Rel onto the Braum, gonna connect. Fight's gonna break out. The bot lane, just gonna be a little bit of HP trade.
But definitely not as the Inferno Drake is up. Merc getting you force gonna be looking to take it first as the bot lane of Covenant Knight, they are forced attack. Sometimes I ask myself, where do I come up with this stuff? I don't be thinking about this preemptively. Alright, as there's a free Drake over to Merc Emu for us. Nocturne making his way over to the Void Grubs, trying to get a trade of objectives. But Blood Merc is getting shoved in and getting straight poked out by the Oriana with the ball. Alright, Rel also made her way up to that top side. It could be possibly looking to maybe get a dive onto that Darius. Now that Darius Noxian Guillotine is down and also his flash.
Do you want to dive at Darius though? Like, just
keep in mind with Stan United up, it's very much possible.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You're kind of relying on Rel to eat enough damage, but I think Darius would come up with a kill if they try to do that.
Well, it's too late now. His Noxian Guillotine's about to be back up.
Oh no, he's invading. He's looking for something.
Oh,
Probably looking to take
buff.
this blue.
Oh no.
Okay.
Alrighty, we're back in the game after that little brief pause. The Nocturne looking to, oh no, spectator bug.
Spectator bug.
God damn it. Fuck. Oh, I just dropped that on stream.
No. Dwight.
I don't think that's probably that's not the worst thing I just said alright tonight, so I think I'm fine.
No, you're fine.
Oh Lord. Oh no. We're having spectator issues now. Oh dear. Small indie company, remember? Small indie company.
I think it has something to do with Vanguard, okay? Because it only started happening when they put Vanguard in.
Could be possibly to do with Vanguard. Who knows? But only right will know.
Or, they don't know. And that's why there's something else. Okay, well, might as well tell them that the production's GG. We got spectator bugged.
Alright, well, alright, so ladies and gentlemen, we have a big problem here actually. So what happened was did they turn spectator? No, they couldn't turn spectator. Oh,
No,
this custom game is not open to spectator. Why did they do that? Nah. No, okay.
Oh, that's why they put it private.
Wow, they screwed it all up. Okay, well, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're only gonna get half of that game. We thought it was gonna be the full game 3, but we're only gonna have half of it. So, unfortunately, for them, unfortunately for them, the rest of the game won't be casted. But I mean, you did get some more action after the game of the week. You got an extra draft, some extra, kills on the board. A little some. But unfortunately, coming from our side, we got spectator bugged, and we tried to get back into the lobby, and get back into the game. But unfortunately, the lobby is private, so we can't actually get to it. But thank you guys for kicking it with us tonight, especially this long night. It's been the first series was past 3 hours alone, so I can only imagine if we haven't already hit the 4 mark, we're right there. So thank you guys for showing up, showing your support for the league, for the teams, and not only that, but just being great people and being here with us, rocking with us tonight. You guys keep us going. You guys allow us to do what we do. So for that, get yourselves a pat on the back. And Lost, you got anything you want to say, brother? We'll close it
No, you
out.
got everything, man. It was great tonight. Great set of games.
All right, man. Well, I bid you guys adieu and a good night. As Ghost and Lost, we signing out. You guys enjoy the rest of your day. Janda Dwight.